Cheers. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I greet you as always with the love and the honors, with the love and the honor of the great Creator, and that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings if you got them. And it's 11:20. It's 4:20 somewhere. So, for any of those who would like to, while we wait on anybody else to come in this evening, hi, Susie, Doug, Elderberry, as always. So, you'd think sometimes that the only reason I get on here is to smoke with y'all. Hey, Travis. Hey, Betty. And that ain't it at all. But it's like, 20 past the hour has kind of sort of been 11:30, after everybody else, does a show. I try to stay out of the way of other people, Um, not that I don't want you to be torn between two others, feeling like a fool, you know, torn between two lovers, feeling like a fool. Who was that anyway? But how y'all doing? Ian, back at you. So, but it ain't for me. It ain't like that. But at the same time, it's like, well, I used to smoke before, and I go, okay, so I don't want anybody to see me smoking. Yeah, okay, well, all you see me smoke is my pipe. So, and you don't really know if there's tobacco in it or something else. So, anyway, of course, most people know otherwise, but that's not the point. Oh, you smoked on camera from a pipe. Yes. What was in it? It's up you guess. Anyway, um, so with that said, I'm definitely interested for you to do some gardening videos. Seriously, okay. I'll give you my 10 cents on containers and things like that and things that I have tried. I mean, because I have been literally at this, and I don't mean this out of disrespect to anybody else, but I've been gardening since I was a little kid, and I'm 68 years old. I mean, I think I planted my first little flower bed or something as a Cub Scout, when I was 8 or 9 years old. So damn near 60 years I've been planting stuff and observing, and as a Boy Scout, um, to observe your surroundings, plants and animals and tracks and things like that. So when you're camping out, or whatever, you should always be aware of your surroundings. And I'm always talking about that, but it really is important. And so, I've noticed natural things that come out. And I have pulled stuff up and tried to grow it, and it's like, it don't want it. It wants it where it's growing, kind of thing. Hey, Delaney, back. Candy apple. Hi, beautiful. Right back at you. Uh, and here's the thing for this discussion before I get to pulling cards. Here's the thing about the gardening thing. I've noticed in my own garden places, and I mean, we're talking 10 feet away, something won't grow there, and not a clue why, you know. And but 10 feet over here, this stuff goes nuts. So it loves it over here, but it don't like it over there because it's a little further uphill. There's more clay in the ground. It's a different climate, So you have to kind of look at your own gardening space, whether it's inside or whatever, and kind of make a judgment call on what is the microclimate here. What's it like right here? I got a plant over there in the corner and it doesn't get much sunlight. And there's a plant that likes it there. And I've tried to move it where it would get a little sun a couple of times a day, but it likes it back up in the shade more, there's plenty of light, but it's none of it's direct light. But there is another plant just like it that sits over here towards the window, and it gets a lot more light, and it loves it there. So, and they're the same type of plant. So I just go, well, go figure, you know. So, but anyway, and I have noticed also that you should at least read the signs about planting, like from the Old Farmer's Almanac. If it says, you know, for example, if it's a below ground kind of day, then don't plant stuff that grows on top of the ground. So, and if it's a day for planting lettuce and stuff like that, then don't plant potatoes on that day. Now, I've had varying degrees of luck with that, but here's the thing. Them old timers have been using that stuff for a long time. And if you get into, hey, Teresa, if you get into the swing of it, if you will, then the idea that planting things at certain times of the month gives you time to plant early, and whatever it is, you can always transplant. And you don't the pot that you plant in doesn't have to be the last plant, the last place, you know. So old egg cartons, you know, with little thingies in them, you know, spread some, you know, soil on top of that, and put seeds in there. And when they get big enough, you know, pluck them out and put them in a bigger container. So starting seeds is not the issue, and you don't have to have all your stuff ready. Okay. So if you want to plant certain things at a certain time of the month following the Old Farmer's Almanac, on a rising moon, you want to plant stuff that's going to rise up above the ground. On the downside of the moon, then that's the time for digging weeds and planting taters and other below the ground things, or transplanting certain things if you want the bulbs to. So just saying. And there seems to be good wisdom in that, because, you know, I look at it, when the moon is high and full, everything is pulled up. When the moon is on the other side of the planet, more on the dark side, not that it is dark, but it is, because it's being shaded by the planet, then it has a tendency to pull down more in your feet. So keep that in mind at all times. That's just a, you know, a 28-day cycle with the moon, blah, blah, blah. The full moon is high. Anything before it means you want something to grow up. And if it's potatoes or something that you want, anyway, so consider that. You might not want to plant spinach on the third quarter moon, you know, going in. Just saying. Don't know. You could plant some and see if there's any difference. Just saying. But the old timers knew better. So anyway, hey, Julianne again. Nature's intentions. It starts in a garden, awareness in a seed. What else will bloom from this? Right. And, you know, I was saying in the end of the last video I did an hour or so ago, is that, you know, it depends on the kind of water that you have too. I mean, I've got well water that's got clay in the bottom of it, you know, and there's a lot of natural minerals that's already in the water. I haven't used fertilizer, and I can't remember the last time, especially for my houseplants. Now, I always use rich soil and that kind of thing, but as far as giving any of my plants any kind of nitrates or anything like that, I've only given them water. But if you have any kind of municipal water, then you must, I think it was Chloe in the last thing, but that you must let the water air out. You must let the chlorine escape before you try to, you know, water anything. Cow manure is good too. It depends on where you get the manure, but if it's like from a dairy or something, absolutely. Horse manure too. Any kind of manure except chicken. Well, you have to be careful with chicken manure. I've had chickens for a lot of years, and I think in some parts of the garden, I overdid it with the manure. I'm just saying. I mean, even to this day, there are spots in the garden that just only certain things will grow, and things that I want to plant in there, regardless of the time of year or transplant, it won't grow there. Now I have a lot of issues with moles and mole crickets, and oh man, anyway. So that's why I went to pots years ago and just gave up on that because of the insects and things. I mean, that have already started taking over the garden and some of the other stuff. But anyway, so breaking in a new lighter. But so anyway, yeah. But anyway, to kind of give everybody, woo, sativa, yum, yum. That's Yeah, well, walnut trees, candy, apple, and also other. There's some other trees too that you just don't. And there are some plants that like a little bit of morning sun, but don't like it in the evening, and vice versa. So, and sort of a little bit on this topic, in that the blueberries up on the hill, right? Some of them are like way really out in the open, and some of them aren't. There's pine trees and other shrubs around and stuff, and they're kind of more shaded than not. And are the blueberries any bigger on one versus the other? And my answer is, it depends on the bush. There's some that are higher up on the hill that the blueberries are, I mean, they're really good size for them being the rabbit eye blueberries and being the wild. And I'm like, wow, and then there's some in between, and there's some over here, and there's a bunch of them, but they're smaller. And then around the corner, 20, 30 feet away is another clump of blueberry bushes, and they're really big, but they're under the shade. But down the hill, there's one that it gets a lot of evening sun, and the ones up on the hill, good morning sun. So, but can I tell a difference? No. Same thing with the mulberry tree. In some places, I thought that it needed more sun for the mulberries to develop better and be more ripe and all that. And it doesn't seem to make a squat bit of difference if one limb's shaded and one limb is out in the open, because I can't tell any difference. There's some of them that are shaded from another tree that will get cut down this year. Um, the berries are like, I ain't joking. They're as long as my thumb is wide all over the place. So, but I thought, well, the sun, yeah, and I don't think the sun has squat to do with how these berries actually developed. Okay. I think it has more to do with the rainfall we've had and the time of year, and that it didn't get too hot too quick. I think that has more to do with it than the sunshine. Okay. Same thing with the blueberries and some of these other things that are coming up. Just saying. So if you think, well, this condition is good for all things, that's not necessarily true. So, and it depends on your location. It depends on what's around your house. It depends on, your, elevation does matter. Soil type absolutely matters. Your latitude, not necessarily your longitude, but your latitude. That's, how far south or north you are and what planting zone you're in. And if you don't know about that, it's easy to consult. It's on the back of every package of seeds, just about it, what zone it's good for and the time to plant. But you can also look up the different seed companies, and they will tell you, the best time to plant these seeds and what they consider and all that kind of stuff. They will even give you tips on the types of fertilizer to use. And, anyway, and you should do a little bit of research on fertilizers if you don't know about it, because you can over fertilize with the wrong fertilizer and it will freeze your plant up. It won't do anything but just sit there. The other thing too is the pH of your soil, and use a little bit of Epsom salt every once in a while. If you overdo it, you'll But there are things that you can do for the soil that's very natural. Um, you know, if you have ammonia, but not ammonia soap, then you can take just a cap full of ammonia, because it's basically a nitrogen kind of thing. It's good, it's not harmful for the soil or for you. You can just about drink this stuff. They use it in smelling salt. So you use this like a capful in, like, I don't know, a quart of water or so, and it will help bolster your water with something natural versus a fertilizer. So anyway, somebody was talking about bone meal the other day, and they went nuts with it. They planted something in bone meal. No, bone meal is a fertilizer. You sprinkle it in and work it in. They planted something in bone meal. I was like, oh, well, maybe that's the reason it's not growing. But anyway, so, just a little taste for Katniss. How are you? Anybody else that showed up? I didn't see Chloe, Julianne. It's good to see you all this evening. It's good to see you all at any time. Dominic, how are you? Actually, it's the pH of your gut is more important. If you're trying to grow plants, they're both important. I'm just saying, pH is important both ways. If you're trying to grow plants, your pH. If you're trying to grow weed, we learned long ago, you better have your pH right. If you're going to grow tomatoes, you better have your pH right. If you're going to grow certain things, you better have your pH right. And for those people who do, it's a certain plant. Anyway, you can change the color of the plants, the flowers, not azaleas. Anyway, it's rolling around in my head somewhere. But, so by changing the pH, you can change the color of things, or how much foliage they'll put out. And if you lock up the pH in the soil, your plants just won't grow. I had some issues with that years ago. Oh my God, I'm just saying. So, but pH in both is both is very important. Okay. So not one or the other, both. My 10 cents. All right. So give somebody a dime somewhere. Okay. So we've got to try a little tenderness and be a little heartful in our every day. We contemplate our lives. I'm shuffling cards. Hello to anywhere. No, actually, I was going to say raise your arm, raise your hand. I was asking the cards tonight if they wanted me to pull one, and they're saying, yeah, I'm going to pull a card, but it was more about, okay, I wanted to, I'm wasting time. Trying to see who was going to come on here. So raise your hands. There goes Elder. There goes Barry. Yeah. Well, you didn't miss the live this time. We're here, but we can still share a bowl. We do that all the time. Hey, Paul Joe. There are too many Bettys. Betty will, Betty won't. Anyway. All right, Michelle is the first one out of the in the thingy. I want 32 cards tonight. Yeah, I ain't pulling 32 cards. We'll say, you ain't gonna believe this. What did I do the last time? They wanted, I was gonna find the card, and they said just flip it over. It's the eagle, but it's upside down. Now, it could have been right side up, but I've been flipping. But the last time I pulled a card for everybody, it was the eagle. And, you know, I don't plan these things. I was sitting here shuffling and having conversation and talking about a bowl. And here we go with the eagle again. So I got to find my other glasses. Mr. Barry has been kind enough to keep track of folks, Teresa. So the eagle card again. I'm just saying, because I was shuffling them. There are times when I tell myself, don't look at the cards, because when you're flipping them and you're shuffling and you bring them up, it's real easy to look at the bottom card. So I'm told not to look at the bottom card. But when I did look, it was the snake a couple of times. And they were like, nah, keep shuffling. So I shuffled and they said, don't look. I said, okay. Now I'm going to pick a card for everybody. And I pick up the deck and they say, just turn it over. And there's eagle again. Actually, Michelle is first. She's the first one that said she wanted a card, by the way. At least for when I said it's time, Michelle was the first one. So, but anyway, eagle, I'm gonna get my other set of cards. My glasses, so I can read these cards is what I was ever. And Doug is second. I did get that right, Barry, right? I thought Michelle was the first one up. Her hand was like already in the air. But anyway. Eagle is the number one card also in the book. So, and I should give homage to these as medicine cards, the book, along with the cards. Several of you have these, and I'm going to read because it's just nice to do. Jamie Sams and David Carson, illustrated by Angela Wernecki, I think it is. And there's a prayer in the beginning of this. It is with great love and respect that we dedicate this work to Grandmother Tawala for her lifetime of service to the teaching of the Wolf Clan and the children of Mother Earth. For you on no day, she whose voice rides the wind. So we give honor to her for her wisdom and teachings. But eagle is about the spirit. Eagle, fly high, touch great spirit. Share your medicine, teach me, honor me, so that I may know you too. Eagle medicine is the power of the great spirit, the connection to the divine. And this might be your card, Michelle, by the way, but they want me to pick another one too. Is the power, the connection to the divine. It is the ability to live in the realm of spirit and yet remain connected and balanced with the realm of earth. If you fly too much, you got to come down. And if you don't fly enough, then you can't fly because your wings aren't strong enough. Anyway, eagle soars and it's quick to observe expansiveness within the overall pattern of life. From the heights of the clouds, eagle is close to the heavens where the great spirit dwells. Feathers of eagle are considered to be the most sacred of healing tools. They've been used for centuries by shamans to cleanse the auras of patients coming to them for healing. Within the belief system of Native American tribes, eagle represents a state of grace achieved through hard work, understanding, and a completion of the tests of initiation, which result in the taking of one's own personal power. And in other words, it means that you realize your own power when it says the taking. And the completion of the tests of initiation, which result in the realization of one's own power. I just rephrased it, but it means that. It is only through the trial of experiencing the lows as well as the highs, and through the trial of trusting one's connection to the Great Spirit, that the right to use the essence of eagle and eagle medicine is earned. So if you pulled this symbol, eagle is reminding you to take heart and gather your courage. For the universe is presenting you with the opportunity to soar above the mundane levels of your life. The powers of recognizing the opportunity may come in the form of a spiritual test. In being astute, you may recognize the places within your soul, personality, your emotions, or psyche that need bolstering or refinement. By looking at the overall tapestry, Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible to you. Now, to go back to my last video I was talking about, when it's time, it's time. So sometimes you can look at a picture every day and not see what it's telling you. But when it's time, its message will be revealed, kind of thing. So Eagle teaches you to broaden your sense of self beyond the horizon of what is presently visible. And each day changes, and the horizon kind of changes with the season. So in learning to fiercely attack your personal fear of the unknown, the wings of your soul will be supported by the ever-present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. I love that sentence. The wings of your soul will be supported by the ever-present breezes, which are the breath of the Great Spirit. Feel your body, but more importantly, feel your soul. Within the realm of Mother Earth and Father Sky, the dance that leads to flight involves conquering of fear and the willingness to join in the adventure that you are co-creating with the divine. If Eagle has majestically soared into your card, you are being put on notice to reconnect with the element of air. Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related to the creative force of the Great Spirit. If you've been walking in the shadows of former realities, they want me to read this again. Somebody out there, or it may be all of us actually, if you have been walking in the shadows of former realities, that means like the past, a former reality, Eagle brings illumination. And I said in the last video that I did, that if you're carrying, your load, if you keep dragging it down that cotton field, you got to empty the load at the end of the row, So, but anyway, so interesting that it kind of sort of was brought back up again. If you've been walking in the shadows of former realities, now it doesn't necessarily mean that you time traveled or whatever, but former realities are what you did 5 years ago or 10 minutes ago or 30 years ago or whatever. That's a former reality, okay? Wisdom comes in many strange and curious forms and is always related. Wisdom is always related to the creative force of the Great Spirit. Always. If you've been walking in the shadows, Eagle brings illumination. Eagle teaches you to look higher, to touch Grandfather's Son with your heart, to love the shadow as well as the light, to see the beauty in both, and you will take flight like the eagle. Eagle medicine is the gift we give ourselves to remind us of the freedom of the skies. And I guess they want me to pull this card so we can be reminded, you know. Eagle asks you to give yourself permission to legalize freedom and to follow the joy of your heart's desires. Now, it was upside down, but they're telling me that to read this contrary just because. But it's the eagle medicine that is being brought to us again, you know, because that's just, you know me, it's weird when these things pop up, you know, with the synchronicity, I guess. Contrary, if you pulled eagle in the reverse, you have forgotten your power and your connectedness to the Great Spirit. Now, I know there are folks out there who are floundering with their spiritualness, and, you know, they seek the Bible and, you know, the Quran, and, you know, they seek books. There's nothing wrong with that. But they're having trouble with the connectedness of the Great Spirit. That's the problem. People are trying to reconnect to the Spirit. So regardless of what previous religion or current religion, and I ain't talking about religion here, I'm talking about just your connectedness to the Great Spirit. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available for those who seek illumination. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available for those who seek illumination. So, you know, the light's always on, you know. Heal your broken wings with love. Loving yourself as you are loved by the Great Spirit is the lesson which the contrary eagle can bring. On some level, eagle is telling you to seek higher ground on which to build your nest. Now, that's just an interesting statement right there. The nest is the home of the heart and cannot remain in a swamp. If your nest is in a swamp, this may be connected to your belief that your wings are clipped by an impossibility in your present status. Now, that's if you're an eagle. I'm an owl and a beaver and a, you know, and otter for me, you know, so, and hawk, of course. But eagle's nest is high in the mountains where the air is clean and the movement is free. It may be your time for a vision quest so that you can commune with the Great Spirit. Fasting and praying will surely bring an answer. Seek lofty ideals and illumination will be close at hand. They want me to reread this one section. You may have failed to recognize the light that is always available for those who seek illumination. It's always there. You know, it's what comes in our heart or events or, you know, whatever. And people, you know, who bring their energies into a situation, you know, to where you can't see the light that's shining at the end of the tunnel because they're blocking the path, you know, but the light's always there. And if you understand that, regardless of how dark it gets, there's always a light. You just haven't found it yet. That's all, you know, or you're still in the darkness for whatever purpose. But if your intentions are true and your intentions are with honor, like the eagle, you have to earn it, you know. Yeah, they want me to do some shuffling. Okay, Michelle, you're. But here we go again with the eagle, right? I mean, as far as, you know, starting out a. All right, Michelle, this card's for you. Hey, Chloe. Let's see, Betty, Deborah Truax. Is hummingbird, right side up, number 44. Whoops. Let me have a sip of drink. Welcome to all of you all that have come in. I haven't said hi to. I'm not trying to ignore you. I'm trying to stay focused, but we love you and thank you for coming in. And Brandy, how are you? Number 44. Which is an 8, but, you know, and in the shape of 8, is the infinity of things too. So how am I? I'm still here, Brandy. Thank you. Hummingbird is joy. And I was meditating on this today kind of thing in, when it's time, in my earlier video. But in that, it's like, we should be ready to accept joy. There's so many times that we're ready to accept crap. Well, it's going to be a messed up day, blah, 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 And sometimes we self-fulfill those feelings that we have, that aren't really necessary. But at the same time, but hummingbird, because I got hummingbird feeders and I need to find a place to put them up. And anyway, I was like, and so tonight then hummingbird shows up because hummingbird is the keeper, kind of sort of joy. This is something I hadn't thought about a long time ago. I was a little kid and had this crush on this girl in the neighborhood. Her name was Joy. But anyway, she moved to California. We stayed in touch for a long time, but it was just like, I had this, whatever it was, little boy crush on Joy. But anyway, hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar you crave. All of the sweetness of the flowers is the love that you gave. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done properly would bring about the return of the animals and that white people would disappear. Hopefully I'm not too white. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teachings, hummingbird is connected to the black sun and the fifth world. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. The song of hummingbird awakens the medicine flowers. Hummer sings a vibration of pure joy. Flowers love hummingbird because nectar sucking brings about the reproduction of their families. Plant families plant, flower, and live because of hummingbird. Hummingbird can fly in any direction, up, down, backwards, forwards. Hummingbird can also hover in one spot and appear to be motionless. Great Spirit created hummingbird to be slightly different from all other feathered creatures. Because of their magical qualities, hummingbird feathers have been used for millennia in the making of love charms. It is said that hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine does, and that hummingbird feathers open the heart. Without an open and loving heart, you can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. They want me to read this again. Without an open and loving heart. Now, this has nothing to do with a partner or anything, but this has to do with life. Without an open and loving heart, you can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. That's like me talking about, you got to dump that sack at the end of the road. To brother and sister hummingbird, life is a wonderful delight, darting from one beautiful flower to another and tasting the essences and radiating the colors. If hummingbird is your personal medicine, your love life and its joys, your presence brings joy to others. You join people together in relationships which bring out the best in them. You know instantly Instinctively, where beauty abides and near or far, you journey to your ideal. You move comfortably within a beautiful environment and help others taste the succulent nectar of life. Hummingbird holds the bow of beauty, which is delicately inlaid with gold and silver flowers, pearls, and precious jewels. Hummingbird disdains ugliness or harshness and quickly flies away from discord or disharmony. Now, I hate to interrupt this part, but I was talking about this in a previous video where if you in talking about animals, that if you want animals to be around you, then put up a humming, especially if you know you got them in the neighborhood, and sit near them and see if they'll come to the feeder while you're there. Because hummingbird disdains ugliness or harshness. Now, you could be ugly like me and they still come. It's what you projected as the ugliness and harshness, and quickly flies away from discord or disharmony. If hummingbird has flown into your cards, get ready to laugh musically and enjoy creator's many gifts. Drop your judgmental attitude and relax. Hummingbird will no doubt give you a flash of the spirit, darting here, there, and everywhere. Get ready for a strange new burst of energy, which may send your senses reeling. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony with it. Hummingbird may invite you to an art museum or a concert. Hummingbird energetically embraces the highest of aesthetics. Never be coarse in front of hummingbird, for this is a fragile medicine which may have no understanding of worldly affairs. Beauty is the target, and hummingbird's mission is to spread joy or to be destroyed. That's wow. Hummingbird quickly dies of caged, caught, or imprisoned. Follow Sister Hummingbird, and you will soon be filled with the paroxysms of joy and experience a renewal of the magic of living. So that's your mission card there, Michelle. Okay, so shuffling cards. A fuzzy bug. You're welcome, Michelle. Project is next. Thank you, Barry. Okay, Project. It's easy for me to see Michelle's hand, and she had it raised up. But as I go into this, raise your hand if you're sure. That 30 seconds of here I am, pick a card. Okay. Apparently I've shuffled enough. All right. Let the fingers do the walking, as you used to say back in the days, through the yellow pages. Now nobody even knows what the hell yellow pages are, hardly, right? Keep your hand up, Project. Okie dokie. All right. So Project, your card is number 23, which is a 5, is Opossum. Playing Dead. Number 23. And interestingly enough, The mountain lion was like a sort of an upside down partner to the card. I will have to check that out, but the main card is possum. So number 23. But basically, we know about possum, and it's diversion. Okay. Opossum roll over. Are you really dead? Or just plain possum? Was it something that I said? So, will you hold that thought? I have to, I'm an old man and I have to go that away because I've had a lot of coffee. So, y'all hold that thought. Give me a minute. I'd rather do it now than get started and have to start. See, now that corresponds with my previous video of when it's time, because when it's time to go pee, you got to go. I mean, there just is no, sorry about that. And I don't want to leak on the floor in the chair. So, but anyway, you know, when it's time, it's time. Yeah, that was quick. I was, how did I go from? I don't know. You were supposed to be on the list, Teresa. I thought you should be next. But anyway, on what I remember, possum is diversion. A possum's greatest form of protection is to play dead. In doing this, a possum confuses many a predator into believing that the game is over. Oftentimes, the confused rival walks away or looks the other direction for a moment, and a possum runs to safety. Possum medicine uses a great deal of strategy. If all else fails, possum plays dead. It has the ability to fight with its claws and teeth, and is ferocious too, I might throw in there when it wants to be. But it rarely uses this form of protection. Instead, the supreme strategy of diversion is constantly employed when things get a little bit too hard to handle. A possum has developed an act that would receive an Academy Award in the animal kingdom. The musk of the death scent is excreted at will. Smelly buggers. Adding to the master play that sends enemies on many trails of confusion. If possum is turned up in your cards, you are being asked to use strategy, okay? To use strategy in some present situation. Rely upon your instincts for the best way out of a tight corner. If you have to pretend to be apathetic or unafraid, then do it. Oftentimes, if you refuse to struggle or show that hurtful words or whatever bother you, your taunter will see no further fun in the game. And that's so absolutely true. Warriors have used possum medicine for centuries, playing dead when the enemy nears and then outnumbers them. Then in a flash, they jump up with the war cry is heard. The fright of this serves to further confuse the unsuspecting opposition. Victory is sweet when the strategy is one of mental as well as physical prowess. Possum may be relaying to you that you are to expect the unexpected and be clever in achieving your victory. They want me to repeat that. Possum may be relaying to you that you are to expect the unexpected and be clever in achieving your victory. This could be the victory over a bothersome salesman or a nosy neighbor. In essence, Possum is beckoning you to use your brain, your sense of drama and surprise, to leap over some barrier to your progress. So, but anyway, so that is the Possum card. Now, Teresa, I remember you being next in here. So this next card's for you. And then for Barry, whoever else is on the list after that, executive decision on my part. Thank you all for understanding. But I remember that, Teresa was in there early on. So I don't know who's next after this, but I do remember Teresa early on. So anyway, executive decision. All right. So Teresa, hush up for a minute and raise your hand. No, that was just too weird. That was just too weird. Okay. Teresa, they're saying part of that, the possum's message was yours as well, by the way. Yep. 12:11. Well, in my house it's 11:11. So, so your card's number 22, Teresa. It's Beaver, and which is just interesting from the way I was pulling these cards and things were popping up. But anyway, and they want an upside down fox to be put with it. Beaver is the builder. Beaver, teach me to build my dreams, including others too. One mind, one thought. Heart says one. Lessons learned from you. Beaver is the builder. Beaver is the doer in the animal kingdom. Beaver medicine is akin to water and earth energy and incorporates a strong sense of family and home. If you were to look at the dams that block woodland streams, you will find several entrances and exits. In building its home, Beaver always leaves itself many alternative escape routes. This practice is a lesson to all of us not to paint ourselves into a corner. This is always a good message here, to not paint ourselves into a corner. That's just good medicine for all of us. If we eliminate our alternatives, we dam the flow of experience in our lives. A doer is characterized by industriousness, and Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. And Beaver knows that limitation cancels productivity. Beaver is armed with very sharp teeth that are capable of felling whole trees. Imagine what those teeth could do to the limbs of a predator. From the rear, Beaver is just beautiful. It's got this big flat tail. Anyway, Beaver is armed with a paddle-like tail that aids in swimming as well as in guarding its behind. And it uses it to put down mud and things. This tiny mammal, and it's not very tiny, just saying, is well equipped to protect its creation. To understand beaver medicine, You might take a look at the power of working and attaining a sense of achievement. In building a dream, teamwork is necessary. To accomplish a goal with others involves working with the group mind, not the hive mind, but the group mind. Group mind constitutes harmony of the highest order without individual egos getting in the way. Each partner in the project honors the talents and the abilities of others and knows how to complete the piece of the puzzle that belongs to them. In other words, put that limb over there and this guy's going to put mud on it, or her anyway. In working well with others, a sense of community is achieved and unity ensues. If Beaver has appeared in your spread, it may be time to put your ideas into action or to complete some project that has been neglected. The Beaver card should also be asking you to settle differences with fellow workers or friends. Beaver tells you to look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creations with which you put your love and energy into. To look for alternatives, they asked me to read this over. To look for alternative solutions to life's challenges and to protect the creation which you put your love and energy into. So whatever it is you've created, protect it. Sometimes Beaver brings you to a warning to watch your back. If this is your message, you will know it by the position in which the card falls in your spread. There was no spread, but it was obviously up. I'm going to read this anyway. I didn't do a spread. If the card falls in the south position, it is to remind your child self that trusting is okay, but caution is always necessary. Use discernment and all will be fine. So it wasn't in a spread, but they told me to read that part. So it is to remind your child self that trusting is okay, but caution is always necessary. So, but that's good for all of us. Now, Fox, they said upside down fox, number 25, goes with this. Now, I'm just going to read the upside down part of it instead of going through all of Fox because other folks are in line. Fox is the camouflage. So, Fox, where are you? Under the ferns. Becoming the forest so I can learn. Are you watching, invisible to me, trying to teach me to become a tree? If Fox has chosen to share its medicine with you, it is a sign that you are becoming like the wind, which is unseen, yet is able to weave into it and through any location or situation. You would be wise to observe the acts of others rather than their words at this time. Now, it says the contrary. Watch out for wily fox if this card has appeared reversed. Someone may be watching you and trying to figure out your next move. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. Now, that's just, they want me to read that over. If you look deeper, however, it may be that you are watching yourself to prove to yourself that you exist. If you have become a wallflower to the point of disappearing, you may need to decide that you are worth noticing. Contrary fox is as foolish as it is cunning. And you may have fooled yourself into believing that your low self-esteem is due to your being born plain or having an ordinary life. It is camouflage of a different sort, in that you have camouflaged your true desire to experience life with friends, with joy and with purpose. In any case, you are put on notice to be aware of apathy. That's what they want me to repeat. You are put on notice to be aware of apathy and self-induced boredom. You may have to dig deeply to find what excites you enough to scurry across the wasteland of your dulled senses and live. Contrary fox may be telling you that you have become too visible. In climbing to a place of recognition, oftentimes envy or jealousness of others is thrown in your face. If you are feeling attacked, then withdraw. It may be time to assume the attitude of the hermit and deck yourself in the cloak of invisibility, camouflage. To right contrary fox in this situation, call on the armadillo and name out your boundaries. Then call on the family's protector to show you the art of camouflage. Once out of line of attack, you can resume the role of being your foxy self. Become fox and feel the joy of knowing the playground of your life. You may just find the chicken coop full of intriguing morsels of delight. Okay, so let me shuffle the cards and I'm going to take a 12-20 break. Okay, I hit it right on the nose. So you're being warned, or ahead of time or something. So boundaries. And Teresa, not that this really fits you, but this is for all of us, is that sometimes we need, what Armadillo says is to draw a circle. And in that circle, we put all the things that we accept. And then anything that we like, we're kind of on the fence about, we don't want at all, we put on the outside of the circle. And so I have a kind of sort of envisioned it like three circles, not necessarily a bullseye, but three circles. So inside the first circle is the really good stuff. The second circle is good stuff and some maybe stuff. And then outside of that second circle is stuff you just don't want. Like I don't want to, study Satanism or, okay, so that's not even in a circle. It's way out there. But with that said, so, and there are times in life because we have to adjust to, certain things and current events and whatever's going on in life, we have to sometimes go back to that same circle of we accepted before. I know my inner circle of things I've accepted has changed. So we have to be smart enough to be and honest with ourselves enough to go back in. And it's sort of like the eagle message, to look beyond. Sometimes we have to look back at, we've been sitting on this stuff for a long time and maybe we've been sitting there too long. We need to, look a little further ahead. And, if that bag of cotton is getting heavy after every one of these rows, then it's time, to let old things out so you can accept new things. That this ain't just for. Okay. Barry, quite contrary. How does my cards come in the flow? I didn't look. Who's next? Teresa, they're telling me to say something for you is that sometimes it's stuff that just ain't obvious to us. So whatever it is, it may not be obvious to you, but anyway, that's they tag that on with it. Doug's next. Okay, Doug. It's my late 4:20 somewhere, 3 minutes past. So oh, I didn't necessarily mean that was for you, Teresa. I'm saying for all of us. Sometimes we have to, things change in our lives, and what was in the inner circle is not as important, and it gets kind of pushed out to the edges, and other things enter it, but that wasn't just for you. Okay, Doug, give me a sec here. You know, it's raise your hand, give me 30 seconds. I will pass on the card, fading out. Good night. Okay, Paul Joe, good to see you in here. Maybe next time, okay, and I won't be so late. Understood, Teresa. And I'll tell you though, there's to say about that. Sometimes Creator will make you reconsider that decision. Like I've made certain things like I'll never let that person be, and then later on, you know, you have to go, wait a minute, because they have changed. They have honestly changed. You go, well, I would never let that person come back in my life, and then you go, son of a bitch, was I, you know, well, thank God that they changed. Or anyway, so Dougie Doug, close your eyes, and it is that card, but yeah, you just can't. I mean, it doesn't mean that you have to accept them back in, but you have to forgive them, and you have to like, wow, you know, just saying. So it doesn't mean things will be hunky dory between you. That's not my point, but there are times when you just have to go, because everybody has the capacity to change. Hey, Mossy Man. Hey, am I on the outcast one? They're making me shuffle again, Doug, for whatever reason. I don't know if it's in the shuffling or the turning of the cards, but anyway, so here we are with this one. So, Doug, raise your hand, and now, love you too, Teresa. This is an interesting spread. And it's sort of a 3 card, and they want to lead with deer and then antelope, and then the third card, which there's medicine with otter, which I'm just talking about otter. But the other day I picked a card and it was deer. Okay, so Dougie, this is for you. It's the deer upside down. Now, I'm going to condense the story of deer, but this is, you know, so the deer was headed up a sacred mountain. And in the blocking its path was this great big huge demon, ugly, nasty, smelly, farted, nasty stuff. And, you know, and the demon tried his best to scare it away. And the fawn looked at the demon, not afraid at all, and said, listen, you know, I'm on my way up the, you know, sacred mountain to go talk with Great Spirit. And the demon huffed and puffed, and, you know, and then after a while, because the deer was not, the fawn was not scared, it melted the nasty old heart of the demon, and opened the path to the top of Sacred Mountain, so that all could speak and talk with Great Spirit. So now, the idea that deer is upside down. So that is the premise of deer. So, you know, in a way, deer didn't have to die like Jesus on the cross, but it stared down fear and the demons. So now, with that said, though, it's upside down. So, now this is at the end of deer. If deer has gently nudged its way into your cards today, you're being asked to find the gentleness of spirit that heals all wounds. All right, this is in the upside. Stop pushing so hard to get others to change and love them as they are. Apply gentleness to your present situation and become like the summer breeze, warm and caring. This is your tool for solving the present dilemmas that you may be facing. If you use it, you will connect with the sacred mountain. Your centering place is serenity, and Great Spirit will guide you. Now, it was upside down. So, deer in the contrary position indicates that you are courting fear by fighting the internal demons of negative ideas. They want me to read that again. Deer in the contrary indicates that you are courting your fear by fighting the internal demons of negative ideas. Fighting the internal demons of negative ideas. That's just interesting. I don't know if this applies, but this is a clue to you that force is not always the best method. You may not be willing to love yourself enough to feel your fears and let them go. You may be projecting your fears on others. It may also be others whom you fear, reminding you of a time when you reacted to a life in much the same manner. At any rate, love is the key. The only true balance to power is the love and compassion of deer. Be willing to find things to love about yourself and others, and your demons will melt away. Your fears cannot exist in the same place that love and gentleness abide. Remember, Fawn can teach you many lessons about unconditional love. In its true application, unconditional love means that no strings are attached. The gentleness of Fawn is the heart space of Great Spirit, which embodies his or her love for us all. The gentleness of Fawn is the heart space of Great Spirit, which embodies his or her love for us all. That's interesting. Now, antelope, number 37, was supposed to be the key one. But every time, and deer keeps coming up in my head, so it might have been that I pulled the card for me, and that this one's really for you. But I think the deer card is so great in that it just says that, you know, by compassion and love, and that you can, even deer melted the heart of a demon. Antelope is action, number 37. Run, antelope, teach me of action and its pace. Quickly, quickly, so I may run with grace. The word grace, think about that. Okay. So when time was just beginning and the tribe of man was small, Antelope saw that the two-leggeds were naked, hungry, and in danger of extinction. The ancestors would soon vanish from Mother Earth if action were not taken. Antelope took action and came into the camp, calling all of the two-leggeds together for counsel. Great Mystery sent me to teach you a lesson, the antelope said. The lesson is to do. You have no need to be fearful if you know what to do and when to do it, the antelope said. And that, in a way, ties into my subject earlier about when it's time, it's time. The lesson is to do. You have no need to be fearful if you know what to do, and then you do, and then you do it. And what shall we do? Asked the people. If you are naked and cold, you should kill me and take my coat to keep you warm. It is my gift to you. Do it. We will, said the people, but what of our hunger? We are starving. What can we do to save ourselves? If you are hungry, you should kill me and take my flesh, for it will nourish you and make you strong. It is my gift to you and part of my evolution. It is my service, so do it. Antelope knew that humankind would survive the Ice Age if the people learned to eat meat. Before the movement of the great ice mountains, fruit and vegetables have been plentiful everywhere, And the two-leggeds had no need to eat of the bodies of their fellow creatures. Think about that. Before the movement of the great ice mountains, fruit and vegetables had been plentiful, and the two-leggeds had no need to eat of the flesh of their fellow creatures. The clans of the second world ate antelope, taking the instinct and the wisdom of the four-leggeds into their bodies. The people learned through each creature's essence how to survive. They were taught never to waste or to take more than they needed. When they were in need, the two-leggeds knew to take action. Humans learned antelope's lessons well. Because of antelope, humans took proper action and survived to this present day. Of course, we all know they've gone a little overzealous with things, but the antelope taught humans to honor the gifts sent from great creator, from the great mystery, and to avoid indiscriminate destruction of life. Antelope signifies the knowledgeable action. Antelope is a symbol for the antenna of your hair, which attaches you to great mystery by its long cords of light. Looking at antelope, you will be aware of your mortality and the short time span you have on this planet. With this in mind, you must act accordingly. Proper action places the great mystery. It pleases the great mystery. Antelope medicine is the knowledge of life's circle. Knowing of death, antelope can truly live. Action is the key and essence of living. Antelope powers have been courted and shamanized since the dawn of time. Antelope clans have been many, and the power of antelope people is great. Antelope medicine gives you the strength of mind and heart, and the ability to take quick and decisive action to get things accomplished. Always listen to what antelope has to say for you. Antelope in your cards indicates a message of higher purpose. Antelope arms you with the bow of authority and forces you to act on behalf of self, family, clan, nation, and finally, Mother Earth. Antelope says, do it now. Don't wait any longer. Antelope knows the way, and so do you. Take courage and leap. Your sense of timing is perfect. When antelope has bounded into your cards, the time is now. The power is you. That's interesting because my earlier discussion was when it's time, it's time. And this says the time is now. But anyway, so Doug, there you go. All right, who's next, Barry? Antelope arms you with the bow of authority and forces you to act on behalf of self. Now, that bow of authority is the authority to do what needs to be done. Now, I'm not saying, Doug, this is, but there are those people who would use that as a sign to say, well, I have the authority to do this. If nobody's standing up and people are starving and they need clothing, or the family, the clan, and self, but also to the higher point, to Mother Earth. So the authority is to be able to act on behalf of all these other folk, not just yourself. And it isn't about, the lesson is also in learning, not that this is about you, Doug, but it's also in having the humility that when you have the authority, that you use it to these goods, So anyway, there are some people would say, well, the cards gave me authority to do this. Oh, wait, you took that a little too far there, Homer. Calm down yourself, But anyway, Brandy's got a hand. No way, Hawkeye. I have the leadership. Okay. Yeah, there are times when I go back over something. It's not necessarily just for the person that it's for everybody listening anyway. Um, so Barry, I'm gonna take a quick little, you know. Yeah, Doug, I look at Brandy's next. Okie dokie. Doug, I look at it more in that for me now, uh, if there's an animal trapped, or I don't know, there's a I'm trying to think of something natural, but there's a tree over the road, or there's something that we have the authority to be able to act on. I don't ever look at it, and this is my own brain, but I don't ever look at it as authority over other people. But like the time that we on our way home, we found that man who was in that car and his leg had been cut off and all that stuff. We had the authority to act in that situation to pull him out of the burning truck, for me to, treat him for shock, and to have all these things ready, and to assist the people, the EMTs when they got there, and to keep the guy stabilized. And, so in that, I had the authority to do that. So that's an extreme situation, but so it's not about people, it's the authority to act within something, just to point that out. Yeah, I used to think that too way back when. It's when you start respecting people that they give you the authority. It that's for another total anyway. So Brandy's next, right? Barry. Hey, Jeff Allen again. Joyce, how are you? Um, Everybody, Deborah, a tree tattoo on my back with a leaf for each of my children. That's interesting. Okay, so Brandy, close your eyes, raise your hand. That gave me an interesting read, Brandy. Skunk was in there, and Skunk basically is, respect. You know who you are, and by your reputation. And if you have a good reputation, they can be fearful of you, or they can just respect you. But anyway, the cards got flipped over a little bit, and but the card that came out straight up is Coyote, the trickster. Now we've been on this card now, but there's a secondary card, and it's Butterfly upside down. So I immediately saw this coyote running across the field chasing this butterfly. But anyway, so Coyote, you devil, you tricked me once more. Must I sit and ponder what you did it for? Now, the thousands of myths and stories about the coyote, the great trickster, many native cultures call coyote medicine the medicine dog. If you pull this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine is on its way. And it may be good or maybe not to your liking. Whatever the medicine is, good or bad, you can be sure it will make you laugh, maybe even painfully. You can also be sure that Coyote will teach you a lesson about yourself. Now, there are times when things happen to us where we don't laugh. It just ain't freaking funny. But even those really bad times, we actually need to learn how to laugh. at those as well. Coyote has many magical powers, but they do not always work in his favor. His own trickery fools him. He is the master trickster who tricks himself. No one is more astonished than Coyote at the outcome of his own tricks. He falls into his own trap, and yet he somehow manages to survive. He may get banged and bruised by the experience, but he soon goes on his way to even greater error, forgetting to learn the lessons from his mistakes. He may have lost the battle, but he is never beaten. And that's one thing about Wile E. Coyote. He never gives up, I mean, he just until the end of the cartoon anyway. Coyote is sacred. In the folly of his acts, we see our own foolishness. As Coyote moves from one disaster to the next, he refines the art of self-sabotage to sheer perfection. No one can do themselves in so well with grace and ease than this holy trickster. Coyote takes himself so seriously at times that he cannot see the obvious. In other words, there's a steamroller and trying to get out of the way, he gets run over by it again. Contained within the trickster medicine is the humor of the ages. The cosmic joke is not just on ourselves, but on everyone else. If someone like this may be able to convince others that a skunk smells like roses, and skunk was sort of like a here I am over here, but the fact remains that it's still a skunk. Snooze time is over if you pulled the Coyote medicine card. Watch out, your glass house may crash around you. All your self-mirrors may shatter. The divine trickster is dogging you, and you may trip. Coyote scratches under his arm, blah, 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 blah. Go immediately beneath the surface of your experiences and ask yourself, what are you really doing or why? If Coyote is your medicine, are you playing jokes on yourself? Are you trying to fool an adversary? Is someone tricking you? So there's many sides to Coyote. Do you want to give somebody pull a boner on your best friend? When was the last time you did something just for fun and craziness? On the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. On the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. You may have conned yourself, your family, friends, and even the public at large into believing that you know what you're doing. But listen, Coyote, you are balled up in your own machinations. You have created a befuddling, bewildering, and confounding trick. See through the genius of your acts of self-sabotage. Find it amusing and laugh, trickster, laugh. If you can't laugh at yourself and your crazy antics, you have lost the game. Coyote always comes calling when things get too serious. Medicine is in laughter and joking so that new viewpoints can be assumed. They want me to read that part again. Medicine is in laughter and joking so that new viewpoints may be assumed. If you have Coyote medicine, you may use it to make stuffy old fogies lighten up. Look at the positive side of sabotaging nosy questions and just have fun. So now the upside down part was butterfly. Number 9. Anybody remember that? What's that from? We came upon a child of God who was walking along the road, and I asked him, tell me, where are you going? This he told me. He said, I'm going down to Yasgur's farm, gonna join in a rock and roll band. Gotta get back to the land and set my soul free. We are stardust. We are golden. We are billion-year-old carbon. You raise your hand and they put you on the list, Steve. It's that easy. Good to see you. Anyway, so number nine, if anybody ever watched the movies of Woodstock, he would come up on the stage and he'd go, number nine, number nine, number nine. Anyway, us old hippies remember that. Butterfly that flutters, and it was Joan Collins, or was it Joni Mitchell that wrote that song, by the way, and played it totally different than Crosby, Stills, and Nash. Butterfly that flutters in the morning light. You may have known many forms before you e'er took flight. Butterfly is about transformation, and I love this about, when this card is pulled. And it may not just be for one person or another, but the power that butterfly brings to us is akin to the air. It is the mind and the ability to know the mind or to change it. It is the art of transformation. Okay. Now, because this was a second card upside down, I'm going to read it, not everything, but we get the idea in that we have the larva stage, the egg stage, the larva stage, the cocoon stage, and then the transformation, the birthing, right? After that. So you meet me at the egg stage, which is the beginning of all things. This is a stage at which an idea is born, but has not yet become a reality. The larva stage is at the point at which you decide to create the idea. At which and bring it into the physical world. The cocoon stage involves going within, doing or developing your project, idea, or aspect of your personality. The final stage of transformation is the leaving of the chrysalis and birth. This last step involves sharing the colors and joy of your creation with the world. If you look closely at what Butterfly is trying to teach you, you will realize that it is the never-ending cycle of self-transformation. Is it the egg stage, a thought or an idea? Is it the larva stage? Do you need to make a decision? Is it the cocoon stage? Am I developing and doing something to make my idea a reality? Is it the birth stage? Am I sharing my completed idea? Now, this was upside down. So, but you get the idea that butterfly has these four different transformations: the egg, the larva, the cocoon, and then the butterfly. So, if you have drawn the butterfly reversed, your lesson is a simple one. There is a need for change in your life that you are not recognizing. So, with that last card and being fooled by the trickster. So the trickster says, are you fooling yourself? And this is with this upside down. There is a need for changing your life that you are not recognizing. Now, I don't know if that's true, but this is what is. This could be a possible need for freedom, for a vacation, or for a new job. You may believe that change is too difficult, and you may rule out to preserve the comfort of old habits. But in ruling out any possibility of change, you are saying that the courage of butterfly has been lost. Why does butterfly represent courage? Because there is a totally different world outside the cocoon, where the known realities of the chrysalis are no longer applicable. This is new world demands, and that you use your new found wings and fly. So there you go, Brandy. That one's for you. All right. So hanging out with y'all here on this Monday night, Tuesday morning, and doing card readings for the crowd as I hope you're good because okay. Yeah, it's true. I know a lot of crazy stuff. Susie Q is next. Thank you, Barry. Is everybody still hanging on all right? It's 12:54 Eastern Daylight. Thank you all for coming and hanging out. I don't know how long this is going to be, but I'm going through these. I'm kind of skipping over some of the repetitive stuff that we've heard before, but without missing the message. Two lifeline path, duality, free choice decisions. If I give you wrong information, I get struck by lightning. That's how it works for me. You know, they'll take me down the river and hold me for 3 days till I get my lesson right. And for those of you who know about my those incidents, you'll get the inside joke. Step right up and take your chances, right? I used to be a carny barker, back in the days in the carny, step right up, You'll never know until you try. And if you never try, you'll never know. That was one of my biggest pitches. And it's so true. And I've been talking about if you've never tried, you never know. Dominic, I love it. Dragon Sign. That is the class I grew up with. Were you the one who's been struck 44 times? I have had at least 25 to 30 serious head concussions. It wouldn't be a whole lot more with all the drunkenness and stuff that went on that to say that I've been hit in the head 44 times. Just saying, Doug. So, all right. Crap, I forgot who's next. Y'all got me thinking about other stuff and too many brains in my head. Susie Q, I got it. Okay. All right, Susie Q. Close your eyes, raise your hand, and my spirit guide's up there doing this number, right? He's looking out over the crowd, going, "Oh, there she is back there. There they are over there." Anyway. There are so many things that I have to visualize in my own little weird way for it to kind of like make sense. It is what it is. Okay, so I've shuffled enough and apparently they're the right side up. And we got another little dadgum combo going on. Now that's just interesting. Susie Q, I saw these 3 cards and not quite in the same order that they're in, but when I was shuffling through for somebody else, and I went, no, that's not for her, and came upon the last one. Now, 2 of these cards were, anyway, Lizard is the new one in the bunch, upside down, number 36. And I think Lizard's just cool. I mean, the way and I like to tell the story of Lizard with this because it's about dreaming in the dream world. And so let me get a sip of something and yeah, it's the dream world, dreaming. You mind if I light this cigarette? I haven't had one in a couple hours, so. So, you think, oh, Lizard. Well, Lizard, wait a minute now, but it ain't about some kind of, scaly thingy, whatever. Anyway, Lizard dreaming, right? Lizard, will you dream with me? Travel across the stars. Beyond the place of time and space, there live visions from afar. I've read these things so many times um, in that uh, actually, I see the sentence and I can remember the story, if you know what I mean. So anyway, um, so Lizard, he sat lolling in the shadow of a great big rock out in the desert sun. Snake crawled by looking for some shadow to coil up in and rest. Snake watched Lizard for a while as Lizard's eyeballs went from side to side beneath his big, enormous eyelids, closed eyelids. Snake hissed to get Lizard's attention, and slowly Lizard's dreaming eyes opened and he saw Snake. Snake, you scared me. What do you want? The Lizard cried. Snake spit his answer from his forked tongue. Lizard, you're always getting the best shadow spots on the heat of the day. This is the only big rock for miles. Why don't you share your shade with me? The voice I'm doing is the voice of the snake that I used to do when I did puppets. Anyway, it's kind of hard for me not to do it. Lizard thought for a moment, and then he agreed. Snake, you can share my shady spot, but you have to go to the other side of the rock, and you must promise not to interrupt me. The snake was getting annoyed, and he hissed, How can I bother you, Lizard? All you're doing is sleeping. Lizard smiled, and he said, Oh, Snake, you are such a silly serpent. I'm not sleeping, I'm dreaming. Snake wanted to know what the difference was, so Lizard explained. Dreaming is going into the future, Snake. I go to where the future lives. You see, that is why I know you won't eat me today. I dreamed you, and I know you're full of a mouse. Snake was taken aback. Why, Lizard, you're exactly right. I wondered why you said you would share your rock with me. Lizard laughed to himself, and he said, Snake, you're looking for shade, and I'm looking for shadow. Shadow is where the dreams live. So when you do shadow work, that's where the dreams live. Lizard medicine is the shadow side of reality where your dreams are reviewed before you decide to manifest them physically. Lizard could have been created getting eaten by the snake if he had so desired. Now, the lizard's upside down. Lizard may be telling you this is right set up, may be telling you to pay attention to your dreams and their symbols. Make a dream log and record all that you can remember. Be sure to pay attention to individual symbols or reoccurring patterns. If you do not remember, blah, 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 dreams are very important. Pay attention to them. Now, the lizard was upside down, quite upside down. You may be having a nightmare. This is a sign of inner conflict. What are the feelings your nightmare causes? Breathe through these feelings and let the sensations flow out of your body. See the truth in what your nightmare is suggesting. It could be the simple message that you are confronting your fears and therefore do not need to experience nightmarish events in your own day-to-day life. Another message of lizard reverse, is that you may need more sleep or you may need more dream time. It could also imply that you have a lack of dreams for your future. They want me to read this part again. Another message of lizard reversed is that you may need more sleep or dream time. It could also imply that you have a lack of dreams for your future. Imagination is the door to all new ideas and creation. They want me to read that again. Imagination is the door to all new ideas and creations. As you examine the dreaming process, you will find that the subconscious is processing all of the recorded messages it holds concerning the events you experience during the day. Now, I've talked about this, but this gets pulled back in. Your subconscious has everything in it. Stuff you don't even know that you got in there, okay? So when you just have to accept that fact and realize, holy crap, that's really true. And that's all, these messages can be suppressed feelings bringing inner conflict, or they can be new ideas or goals, other dimensions of awareness, future events, warning signals, or desires and hopes. Okay, they want me to read that part again. These messages can be suppressed feelings bringing inner conflict, whatever it might be. Or they can be new ideas or goals that are coming into you in your dreams, or other dimensions of awareness, future events, warning signals, or desires and hopes. In one sense, Contrary Lizard is insisting that you look to your imagination for new experience. Insisting that you look to your imagination for new experience. This is necessary when life becomes dull or full of boredom. And they're also saying, or full of stuff that you don't really need. Sometimes it's like a vacation, okay? On the other hand, Contrary Lizard may also apply to those who dream too much, refusing to use the dreams as tools to manifest that same vision in their lives. All levels of awareness are accessible through dreams. Remember, life is not always as it seems. Are you the dreamer, or are you the dreamed? Are you the dreamer, or are you the dreamed? Did somebody dream you into reality, or are you anyway? So there's that. Wait, who's next? Well, good. I can light my cigarette. And was that for you, Susie? Now, this other one that they throwed up here is Mountain Lion, and they want me to give you a taste of, the dream time, and here's the really strange part about Steve is next, okay? The big thing about the dream, people say, well, I've had this dream to be a ballerina all my life. Katniss is next. Okay. Elderberry writes these things down. He's got a pad. This dude is ready. No offense, Katniss. So get your brain ready while I go over Mountain Lion for a second. And there's also Upside Down Fox, which we kind of already covered. Mountain Lion is leadership. Mountain Lion, O kingly leader of sleek and feline form, touch my heart with courage, then sound the alarm, that I may lead with foresight, assurance bright and true, to carry on the spirit of the strength I see in you. So this is sort of part two of the lizard, okay? And it was upside down. So Mountain Lion medicine involves lessons on the use of power in leadership. It is the ability to lead without insisting that others follow. It is the understanding that all beings are potential leaders in their own ways. And I firmly believe that. The use and abuse of power in a position of influence are part of this great cat's medicine. Now, it was upside down, and the medicine is leadership. If your medicine card is reversed, you may be playing with fire. A leader who tries to lead through tyranny or dictatorship has forgotten the medicine of truth. Through the reversal of this medicine, you may be tricked into believing that nothing else has validity except the ideas created by yourself. Watch out. Rome crumbled for this very reason. If this aspect of the contrary medicine does not apply to your situation, look at other messages that Mountain Lion brings in the reverse position. If you are avoiding taking your place of leadership, it could be because the whole idea scares you silly. This is a normal state of affairs for one who has never been a leader before. In this instant, it is necessary to call upon the courage of lion to begin by learning the lesson of the lion-hearted. Another message of lion reverse is to not let yourself be led down the primrose path by a leader who is abusing power. They want me to read that again. Mountain Lion reverse is to not let yourself be led down the primrose path by a leader who is abusing power. If you want to put yourself on the road to being a leader in your own right, ask questions of anyone to whom you have given authority. See if they carry out the medicine of Mountain Lion and whether you can grow into your own leadership by observing how they handle the task of setting examples. So it ain't about you. See if they carry the medicine of Mountain Lion. Become Mountain Lion by refusing to hide in the cave of your own shyness or uncertainty. Roar with conviction, roar with power, and remember to roar with laughter to balance the medicine. So in your dream state, and upside down, it may be that you're, to look more into that. But so with the contrary Mountain Lion, it says, you're hiding in a cave. So the cave and the lizard suggest that, I'm not saying that this is true of you, but it would suggest, for me looking at it, that you, something you're hiding or an emotion is being hidden, something's being hidden cave wise, shyness in the dreams or something, anyway. Only you can prevent forest fires. So anyway, Susie Q, that was backside of that one. I don't know most of you folks. I've talked to a few of you on the phone before. So as far as even remember what your face looks like or anything like that, I don't have a clue. So when I do these cards, I let them see. Regine Huddleston, how are you? Yep, I'm still learning to not absorb so much rather than be the observer without judgment. Dominic, that's a really hard lesson. And I continue to learn it because there's so many different situations. All you can do, Regen's next, or are you just saying hi? I forgot, Barry. You got them wrote down. But with some situations are really serious, and some situation, Katniss, thank you. Katniss, you're sort of new in my head, so I'm going to light this cigarette and think about, so 30 seconds, raise your hand. Oh, you're welcome, Susie Q. Yeah, and I'm going to have to figure out how to do that, Teresa. I would be willing to buy a set. I just haven't had not necessarily the inclination, but the information. That makes no sense. They want me to shuffle the cards. Like Katniss is next, and I was going through the cards and they said no, shuffle and turn them around, and okay. So this is for Katniss. It's newer to my brain, I have to, some folks I can just like tune in right away because I pulled card for them before, and it's only because it's, it's but folks that I've only I've only pulled a card or two for, raise your hand. Wow. They throwed that one out there. Both of them are up, but this is interesting. Mouse is first. But they're saying the second card is more important. And in having the discussion about the mouse, understand mouse with its whiskers, that it's always looking at things up close. Now, mouse medicine is scrutiny, I think. I'm trying to do this by some memory. But with the scrutiny of things, number 20, the second card is crow. So here's the message, and 20 and 24. They want me to do this like this. Mouse is scrutiny, okay. And crow, which is, they say it's a strong card of these two, is law. So scrutiny of law, okay, just saying. Mouse, if I could see the world through your tiny eyes, maybe then I would know how to scrutinize. Every detail carries the weight, and true to its purpose, has its perfect puzzle place to stop the three-ring circus. Mouse says, I will touch everything with my whiskers in order to know it. Paradoxically, this is both a great power and a great weakness. It's good medicine to be able to see up close. It's good medicine to pay attention to detail, but it is bad medicine to chew every little thing to pieces. Mouse has many predatory enemies, snakes, birds, cats. Since mouse is food for many, it has a highly developed sense of danger at every turn. So-called civilization is a highly complex set of components, which calls for more and more organizational skills and scrutiny to detail every year. Mouse is a powerful medicine to have in these modern times. Things that may appear insignificant to others take on an enormous importance to mouse. Mouse people anger many other medicine types because they appear to be nitpickers. Mouse people will spot the lint on your coat, even if it matches in color. They are fixated on mythology. They sort and categorize and file away for later use. They may seem like they're hoarding, some of them are, but this is the farthest thing from Mouse's mind. They are merely putting everything in order so that they will be able to explore it more carefully at a later date. The chief tells us that without medicine, there would be no systemization of knowledge. Okay. So this is going to tie into the crow with law. Mouse ended Renaissance man and hearkened the age of specialization. Mouse knew from the very beginning that there was always more to learn. One can always delve deeper and deeper and deeper. If your personal medicine is mouse, you may be fearful of life, but very well organized with a compartment for everything. So they say that is if mouse is in your card spread, its medicine is telling you to scrutinize, to look at yourself and others carefully. Maybe that big hunk of cheese is sitting on a trigger that will spring a deadly trap. Maybe the cat is in the pantry waiting for you. Maybe someone to whom you have delegated authority, such as a doctor, lawyer, plumber, or whatever, is not doing their job faithfully. The message is to see what is right before your eyes and take action accordingly. Now, that's the mouse card. Now, the second strong card is crow. So for whatever crow has to say, they're saying scrutinize. I hear y'all really good. Let me have something to sip on here. It's 1:20. We got to take a quick break. Smoke if you got them. Joyce. Ooh, ee, ooh, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ee, ooh, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Is that the ones? Love you too, Teresa. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Crow, are you cawing so that I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Or are you sending your sacred caw just to remind me of universal laws? There is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching at it, pecking at it, until her shadow woke up and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is dead Crow now. Dead Crow is the left-handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. So you have scrutiny as you're doing this, by the way. When they want me to keep throwing that in. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of sacred law. Since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of the physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. Scrutinize. Few adepts exist today, and fewer still have ever mastered this technique of shapeshifting. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time consciously, taking on another physical form and becoming the fly on the wall to observe what is happening far away. When the Europeans came to Turtle Island, they were named the Boat People by Slow Turtle. Even the knowledge of alchemy possessed by certain boat people, none had ever seen the powerful shape-shifting of certain shamans who utilized crow medicine. All sacred takes, I skipped the part. Crow medicine people are masters of illusion. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's Book of Laws, or the Book of Seals, is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Ogala, or the ancient records. This is really long. Human law is not the same as sacred law. More so than any other medicine, Crow sees that the physical world and even the spiritual world, as humanity interprets them, are an illusion. That's an interesting statement. There are billions of worlds. There are an infinitude of creatures. Great Spirit is within all things. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect law as given by the Creator, then at death, he or she dies a good medicine death, going on to the next incarnation with a clear memory of his or her past. Crow is an omen of change, scrutiny with change. Crow lives in the void and has no sense of time. The ancient chiefs tell us that Crow sees simultaneously the three fates, past, present, and future. Crow merges light and darkness, seeing both inner and outer reality. If Crow medicine appears in your cards, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit. In relation to the laws of humanity, Crow medicine signifies a first-hand knowledge of a higher order of right and wrong than that indicated by the laws created by human culture. With Crow medicine, you speak in a powerful voice when addressing issues that for you seem to be out of harmony, out of balance, or out of whack. Remember that Crow looks at the world first with one eye and then the other cross-eyed. In the Mayan culture, cross-eyes had the privilege and duty of looking into the future. You must put aside your fear of being a voice in the wilderness and call the shots as you see them. Be willing to walk your talk, speak your truth, know your life's mission, and balance past, present, and future into the now. They want me to read that part again. Know your life's mission and balance the past, the present, and the future into the now. Shape-shift that old reality and become your future self. Shape-shift that old reality and become your future self. That's just interesting. So those are your two cards that showed up. Okay, Katniss. Now, all right. Oh yeah, okay, Teresa. I'll check email. People might hate me after I'm done, but Deborah, you're next. Okay. I think I pulled a card or two for you before. So, but the deal is, raise your hand, 30 seconds. You know, hold up your lighters. Anyway. Yeah, you. Yeah, Deborah, it's your turn. There was a secondary and two secondary and a ghost card. The ghost card is the card that I pulled for everybody tonight, and that's the eagle. So I'm not going to go back over eagle, but eagle, you know, there you go. That's tied in with your reading. So the elk is the primary card, number 3. And it's interesting because I pulled it, it was upside down, and then they made me do it sideways. So I'm not quite sure what they mean by this, but it is the elk. So that's, and the other is weasel, number 33, upside down. Regine, if you'll hang out, I'll pull a card for you. Just let me get through this. So elk is stamina, and it's sideways. I mean, they want. I pulled it upside down, and they made me turn it sideways. I don't have any idea what that means. Okay, I'm just saying. That's a first for me. Elk, your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength and stamina are one. Show me that strength and stamina are one. So the key word for elk is stamina. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that usually traveled with the other males had dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellowed his mating call through the forest, his bugling altered mountain lion alerted mountain lion that a feast could be in the making. Mountain lion circled Elk, getting closer to his prey moment by moment. Elk sensed the impending danger when the forest grew suddenly silent. He broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer, but Mountain Lion was far behind. As Elk made a running leap for the timberline, Mountain Lion gained on him. But Elk continued to run onward, displaying tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion gave up, having spent his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach Elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward toward the high country. Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance. Setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and energy to the fullest. And not saying this is for you, but there are many people who do these spurts and they don't have any stamina. I don't have any long-term stamina, and I'm working on it. Elk medicine teaches that pacing yourself will increase your stamina. Elk medicine people may not be the first ones to arrive at a goal, but they always arrive without getting burned out. So you don't have to be first, just get there. If you've taken too much on recently, it might be a good idea to look at how you plan to finish what you started without ending up in the hospital. Elk have a curious kind of warrior energy because, except at mating time, they honor the company of their own gender. They can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood. In discovering the strength which is gained from loving the gender that is your own, you will feel the comradeship that arises from similarity of experiences. This is a special medicine that allows the friendship of others of your same sex to overcome potential competition or jealousy. If you picked elk medicine, you may be telling yourself to seek the company of your own gender for a while. You may need a support group to realign yourself with the stamina of the warrior or warrioress energy that you are a part of. This communication with others of your own sex allows you to air your feelings in safety and you get feedback from others who have had the same experiences. You may need a new sense of community, communication in unity. Elk could also be telling you to look at how you're holding up physically to the stresses in your life and to pace yourself so that you maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance you plan to cover. Vitamins or high energy foods may be one solution, along with some personal quiet time for replenishment. And that also means, too, that some people are trying to push their spiritual growth too fast. And, this can wear you out as much as any physical or anything like that. So you have to be careful. Now, I have to read the contrary because it's sideways. If Elkus appears in a reverse position, you may be stretching the rubber band to the breaking point. Be careful of undue stress levels, or you may just create an illness to force you to take a break. On another level, you may not be honoring your desire for companionship with the opposite sex, and you may have forgotten the excitement of mating season. I don't know if this is true, but this is not to say that you would be sexually interested in these friends. It merely suggesting an exchange of opposite energies could be rewarding. If you are in a relationship, it may be that the honeymoon is waning and you need to stir up some excitement. Persistently creating a change of pace is the kind of stamina needed for all relationships to exist. And it doesn't mean just sex, by the way. In all case, elk is telling you to look at how you choose to create your present pathway and how you intend to perpetuate it to reach your goal. Your best weapon is the same as elk's: to stop when you need to persist when you need to, and to allow room for change and the exchange of energy. That's an interesting. Now, Weasel, number 33, upside down, was like a hard second in this. And I think I've read Weasel, but it's been a while. So it'll be interesting to reconnect with this one. Weasel is stealth. Weasel, weasel, weasel. Who's in the hen house now? If I were to ask you, you'd say it was the cow. Weasel is stealth. Weasel has an incredible amount of energy and ingenuity, yet it is a difficult power totem to have. It is not without significance that ermine or weasel pelt is worn by royalty. Weasel ears hear what is being said. This is a great ability. Weasel eyes see beneath the surface of a situation to know the many ramifications of an event. This too is a rare gift. The chiefs sent Weasel to the enemy camp to smoke them for power. What are the medicines of the enemy? The chiefs asked Weasel upon its return. Weasel never failed to give an accurate account of the enemy's numbers, their strengths, and their weaknesses. It was Weasel who tearfully told the original people of the coming of the white boat people. These brothers have strange new medicines, said Weasel. They will tell us that to live the way we do is wrong. They will confuse us with their talking bark, paper. They have stolen thunder from the Sky Father, and placed it in their weapons, guns. They have no respect for the animal, brothers and sisters, and they make their thunder speak to the animals and kill them. They will make the thunder speak to us also. Their numbers are too many to count, and these white brothers will steal everything from us but our spirits. The great dark shadow of the ravenous bird of death has fallen over the people. That was Weasel's prediction. Weasel fur changes color with the seas, and silent Weasel has many lessons to teach you. Weasel could confound Great Spirit, pick Great Spirit's pockets, and then leave Great Spirit contemplating the divine navel. If this is your personal medicine, your powers of observation are keen. You seem to be saying, leave me alone, and I will do the same for you. You may even look a bit guilty at times due to what you know from observing life. Now, it was in the contrary position. If Weasel is in your cards, if so, look out for intrigue. Someone may be using covert tactics to weasel into the hen house. Perhaps you should lock your doors and dress your teenager like a nun. Or perhaps you may be lying to yourself about something you know to be true. This can be a lie on any level. For instance, storming the refrigerator at 3 a.m. and telling yourself no one will miss the half-eaten portion of pie. Another message of reverse Weasel is to acknowledge why you have been doubting your feelings. Weasel upright observes all actions, feelings, and situation with keen senses. In the contrary, those abilities of observation are dulled until confusion sets in. When you don't know how you're feeling or what is occurring around you, doubt becomes the barrier in your progress. Then you may find a bit of paranoia seeping into your life. If you want to right the situation, start by shaking the dullness out of your head and by observing the obvious. No one can fool you if you watch your step. Honor your knowing, seek the hidden reasons, and use discretion in the process. So there you go. Have stamina to go the long distance, and No one can fool you. So there you go. So there's the elk sideways. I mean, they just like sideways. Okay. So how we doing? 2 hours and 19 minutes into this. So how we doing, Barry? Hey, Gaza. Hey, you're welcome, Deborah. You don't have to, but if it fits you or there's a message, well, then 5 more, huh? Okay. We'll see what we got. That should take about another hour. About 10 minutes a piece times 5. So that's 50 minutes. Just saying. So, Betty, it's all right. I don't know who's next, but I'm good to go. If you're willing to hang out, I'm here. All right, Joyce. We love you. See you later. Glad that you could hang out. No, I'm not really tired. No, I'm good. I'm good for a little while longer. I got my connection going on here. So Barry, I'm no clock. So Dominic and then Betty. Okay, Betty, you're only 2 away. And thank you, Joyce, for hanging out with us. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the 7 seas. Everybody's looking for something. Ooh, some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be abused. Anyway, they're Eurythmics. Dominic. Okay. So close your eyes and hold up your hand and that kind of thing. Annie Lennox, right, Michelle? All right, they're looking for your hand, Dominic. The Eagle card just turned up again. They said pull this card, and so Eagle means something to you too. All right, Dominic. Yeah, I've been a night owl all my life. Didn't we do antelope earlier? Number 37. That's antelope is reminding you, Dominic. But turkey upside down is the primary card. So antelope is about. And I shuffled the cards. Is about action. So the message for with the antelope attached is about action, but turkey is the primary card upside down. So I'm not going to read antelope over, but it is about action, whatever that means, tied to turkey. Turkey is the giveaway. Ho, brother turkey, so freely you give. of everything that you are, so others may truly live. Turkey is actually thought to be the giveaway eagle or south eagle of many native peoples. Now, Turkey is number 31, and it's underneath it, it's giveaway. That's its power. Philosophy of giveaway was practiced by many tribes. Simply stated, it is the deep and abiding recognition of the sacrifice both of self and of others. People in modern day society who have many times more than they need should study the noble turkey, who sacrifices itself so that we may live. In Turkey's death, we have our life. Honor Turkey. Spectators unfamiliar with the cultural phenomena of the potlatch or the giveaway ceremony are often mystified by it. A tribal member may gladly give away all he or she owns and do without in order to help the people. In present day urban life, we are taught to acquire and to get ahead. The person with the most toys wins the game. In some cultures, no one can win the game unless the whole of the people's needs are met. A person who claims more than his or her share is looked upon as selfish or crazy or both. The poor, the aged, and the feeble have honor. The person who gives away the most and carries the burden of the people is one of the most respected. Turkey was the medicine of many saints and mystics. Celebrate if you have turkey medicine. Your virtues are many. You have transcended self. You act and react on behalf of others. You aspire to help those who need help. This is not out of some sense of self-righteous moralism or religious guilt. Help and sustenance is given by Turkey out of the realization that all life is sacred. It is the knowing that the Great Spirit resides within all people. It is the acknowledgement that what you do for others, you do for yourself. Turkey medicine rests in the true ego in enlightenment. They want me to read that again. It is in knowing that the great creator resides within all people. It is the acknowledgement that what you do for others, you do for yourself. Turkey medicine rests in true ego, in enlightenment. Doing unto others and feeding the people is the message of all true spiritual systems. Now, Turkey was upside down. There are several aspects to pulling the gobbler card in the reverse position. Are you gobbling up anything and everything out of fear of lack? In other words, or I went through a period not too long ago where I was buying up canned goods, and I still have enough stockpile. But for me, I got way too much food. But if anything ever hits the fan, I got food and I could share anyway. Are you holding on too tight and refusing to let go of a dime for charity? It could be that the Scrooge in you has grown accustomed to the miserly aspect of living. If not, you might look at the possibility that you are fearful of spending money at this time. Another aspect of contrary gobbling is the idea that the world owes you something and that you do not need to recycle the energy. Now, that's important. The buck stop here may only mean that it stops in your bank account. On all levels of this contrary message, the keynote is that generosity of spirit is being neglected. This can be towards self or to others. In other words, you could be giving too much to other people and not enough for yourself. Remember, never give to receive. That is the manipulation. Giving is without regret and with a joyful heart, or the giveaway has lost its true meaning. What? It is real. I am of the sake. Stop telling me. Okay, so Dominic, that smack you in the head. All right. So, Betty's next, right? All right. I need to shovel these. Not that it matters, but some of these cards are like side by side, and I've been sitting here shuffling them. They shouldn't be side by side. Anyway, needs a couple of good shuffles and some changing around. And Betty's next, right? It smacked you right upside the head. Okay. Turkey has a lot. There are a lot of levels to turkey, just to relate. It ain't just one thing, but hi, Amanda. How are you? Much love back. Okay, Betty, since you're new, I ask you everybody to close their eyes for about 30 seconds. And to me, it's like raise your hand out there in the spirit world. You don't have to physically raise your hand, but raise your hand in your thoughts. Okay, so Betty, this one's for you. Betty Crocker reminds me of Joe Crocker. What would I do if I sang out of tune? Would you stand up and walk out on me? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song that I'll try not to sing out of key. Oh, I get by with a little help from my friends. What would you do if my love is away? Are you sad because you're on your own? Lend me your ears and I'll sing you a song. I'm trying to do this and remember I saw a video recently of Joe Cocker, and I remember when Joe Cocker was like popular when I was like growing up, kind of thing. This is a really interesting, turning out to be interesting. Thank you, Dominic. Favorite song is "Sweet Little Thing." That you do. I'm still gonna do a hootenanny night one night. Oh, Wonder Years. Okay, Betty, this is for you. Now, there's a 3-card spread, and you're new here, so Rabbit, many of us know about Rabbit. Rabbit calls fear to itself. Rabbit had an instance where he was cursed by a witch. And because Rabbit was fearful, so the witch cursed him and said, "You will call fear to you." So one of the things that Rabbit does will go out in the middle of a field and go, "Oh, look, there's a hawk. I hope he don't come and eat me." And then, and if the hawk doesn't come, he goes back out there and, so anyway, Rabbit calls fear to learn lessons. So it doesn't mean that you must live in fear, but the reaction of Rabbit and the idea of fear is that scared little rabbit, please drop your fright. Running doesn't stop the pain nor turn the dark to light. So here is the lesson. If you pulled Rabbit, stop talking about horrible things happening and get rid of what if in your vocabulary. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form, the future. This card may signal a time of worry about the future or of trying to exercise your control over that which is not yet in form. In other words, the future. It says, stop now. Write your fears down and be willing to feel them. Breathe into them and feel those fears running through your body into Mother Earth as a giveaway. Now, so that was Rabbit saying, hey, don't stand out there in the middle of the field calling fears to you. Turtle is number 10 and it's upside down. Now, I haven't pulled the turtle card in quite a while, so that's an interesting. The upside down, means different things. Number 10. And the other one was snake upside down. But that usually means in transforming. So in Chinese symbol, you're a rabbit. Turtle, great mother, feed my spirit, clothe my heart, that I may serve you too. Number 10 is Mother Earth. In Native American teachings, turtle is the oldest symbol for the planet Earth. It is the personification of goddess energy and of the eternal mother from which our lives evolve. We are born of the womb of Earth, and to her soil our bodies will return. In the honoring of Earth, we are asked by Turtle to be mindful of the cycle of give and take, to give back to the mother as she has given to us. Turtle has a shell which is similar to the protection that the earth has employed for centuries as her body has been defiled. Mother Earth's protection has come in the form of earth changes, new plant growth, the creation of new land masses by volcanoes, and climate alterations. Now understand, this book is like 30, 40 years old. It was written in the 80s, okay? Like Turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy, and the unconsciousness of others. Let me read that again. Like Turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt from others, envy of others, and the unconsciousness of others, what somebody might be thinking in their damn sleep, okay? So anyway, Turtle teaches you through its habit patterns how to use protection. Ooh, a condom. If you are bothered by the actions or words of others, it is time to go inside yourself and honor your feelings. If you are attacked, it is a time to give a warning snap. If you've chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you, to be grounded to the earth, and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth energies, which represent Turtle's two homes, to flow harmoniously with your situation and to place your feet firmly on the ground in a power stance. Turtle is a fine teacher of the art of grounding. You may even be able to overcome some of your space cadet tendencies if you align with Turtle medicine. In learning to ground, you are placing focus on your thoughts and your actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. Now, this turtle was upside down. Now, I'm going to read the last paragraph in the upright position. If you draw the turtle card, it augurs in a time of connecting with the power of earth and the mother goddess within. This is a reminder of the ally you have in Mother Earth. It does not matter what situation you have created. Ask for her assistance and abundance will follow. Now, it was upside down. Upside down means that Mother Earth is calling you to reconnect in some way. They're asking me to read that again. Turtle card in the reverse means that Mother Earth is calling you to reconnect in some way. They're saying this, for whatever reason, this is the really important part of this. If you have to become flippant and forgotten to place waste in its proper place instead of throwing it out the car window, she is calling. If you have felt alone in your time of need, she is calling. If you have been struggling financially or have little to eat, or if you have desired a child and see no pregnancy in the future, she is your medicine. Use it. You are not alone, ever. That's what it says. You are a child of earth. All acts of pleasure, joy, and abundance are given by the mother of the creative force. Use her energy to aid you, and you will be healed enough to share this energy with others. The idea of turtle helplessly trying to right itself out after it's been flipped upside down can also symbolize contrary turtle. You are not a victim and you are not helpless, no matter how much it may seem like this is the case in your present situation. To right the ill-dignified turtle, you only need to list the things you are grateful for. And from that grateful place in your heart, look for the abundance of alternatives that Mother Earth gives. Esty, how are you? So, and they were saying that turtle is like the, yes, you got a rabbit was first, and that means to stop calling fear to you. And the upside down turtle, I'm sorry, Betty, is that to reconnect with Mother Earth somehow for whatever your need is. And number 6 is snake, and it's transmutation. Snake people are very rare. The power of snake medicine is the power of creation because it embodies sexuality, psychic energy, alchemy, reproduction, and the ascension or immortality. The transmutation of the life-death rebirth cycle is exemplified by the shedding of snake skin. It is the energy of wholeness, cosmic consciousness, and the ability to experience anything willingly and without resistance. So snake is transmutation. Snake, come crawling. There's fire in your eyes. Bite me, excite me. I'll learn to realize. The poison transmuted brings eternal flame. Open me to heaven to heal me again. Now, the upside down snake in this 3-card spread for you, Betty. You may have chosen to mask your ability to change. Look at the idea that you may fear changing your present state of affairs because this may entail a short passage into discomfort. Does this discomfort keep you from assuming the viewpoint of the magician within you? Is the old pattern safe, reliable, and a rut? In order to glide beyond that place which has become safe but not productive, become the snake. Release the outer skin of your present identity. Move through the dream-like illusion that is insisted on static continuity and find a new rhythm as your body glides across the sands of consciousness. Find a new rhythm as your body, not your spirit body too, glides across the sands of consciousness like a river winding its way toward the great waters of the sea. Immerse yourself in that water and know that the single droplet which you represent is being accepted by the whole. They want me to read that part again. Immerse yourself in that water and know that the single droplet which you represent is being accepted by the whole. And, you're new here around and, we have accepted you. Welcome here. And so, but anyway, so trials and tribulations, it seems like maybe in whatever, but know that you don't call the fear to you. Terminal needs to just roll over and connect. And the transmutation of snake means to shed old things, or however it is. So whatever that means to you. So anyway, okay, elderberry, throw some tobacco to the four winds. Yes. I've lived in a cardboard box, Betty, so I know what it is to be homeless. I worked on a carnival and we lived in the back of, semi tractors, trailers, and, we slept in on the merry-go-round, at night. Anyway, back in the day. So, yeah, Steve is new too. Right. Thank you, Steve. Okay, sir. Steve is next. Okay. You're welcome, Dominic. My cards were great. 3 bald eagles nest nearby. A herd of elk gather across the street. Weasel is a wild card to stay sharp. Trust my intuition and protect myself while going through some hard times. If that's what it means, there you go. And see, I don't know any of y'all's situation, but when the cards come to me and I read them to you and you feel what they mean, to me, that's like divine intervention. And I'm glad to be the conduit for that. I'm humbled by that. And so, Steve, you're next. Okay. So you're new in the house. So that means, close your eyes and just don't particularly think about anything. And in your mind's eye, raise your arm, and my spirit guide's up there looking around. It just imagine, he's going like this, going, oh, there's Steve back over there in the back, or maybe sitting up towards the front. We just don't know it. But anyway, that's my visualization of that. It's not necessarily a classroom. We're all just sitting around and. All right, so they had me turn the deck. This is interesting. Oh, that's even more interesting. I've been going like right to the middle of the deck for some reason. Sometimes I shuffle through starting at the top of the deck and I have to like go along every one of these every single card, and it's like but here's an interesting. Otter was pulled up. But what is the most important card that came up? Otter is behind it. Buffalo is your major card. Haven't read Buffalo in a while. Hey, Robed Rebel, how are you? All right, so Buffalo's number 19, and it's 2:08 a.m. Eastern Daylight. I don't need a swig, but I am imbibing. I'm going to imbibe a little with you too and take another hit. I'm well, thanks. Good. Me too. Up to, as old as I am and all my, crankiness, I'm still here. Yeah, you had Otter too. But Otter showed up again as a tail end card in one of the other ones. But anyway, So it's interesting. You too, SD. Hope you're doing well. Everybody, I'm so glad that y'all come out here and hang out with each other and with me, and means a lot. And I got to notice, by the way, I was looking at my thing for YouTube, and I really don't go out there and look to see how many people are subscribers. And in one area, it says that I have 872 subscribers to my channel. But then YouTube sent me a thing and said that I had reached 500. So I go to one place, and in my YouTube section thingy, it says 870 some odd, right? And then, but on another area in the same YouTube thing, it says there's 507 or 8 or 10 or something like that. And I go, what number's right? Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's just interesting that on the YouTube, on my personal thing, there are 2 different places and they give me 2 different numbers of subscribers. I just find it weird. Anyway. So Steve, this one's for you. Buffalo, you bring us the gifts of life. Hear our prayers, smoke rising like the phoenix. We are reborn within the sacred words. Buffalo is about prayer and abundance, and it was right side up. In the Lakota tradition, it was the white buffalo calf woman who brought the sacred pipe to the people and taught them to pray. Steve subbed tonight, so it's now 5:09. Yeah, but in another place it says 8 something. I'm just saying. It doesn't matter. It's just weird. Who brought the sacred pipe to the people and taught them to pray. The bowl of the pipe was the receptacle that held tobacco, an herb with male and female medicine, and seeding life. Oh, I'm sorry. The stem of the pipe represented the male entering the female and seeding life. In the coming together of male and female, the connection to the divine energy of the Great Spirit was made. As the pipe was loaded with tobacco, every family in nature was asked to enter into the pipe and share its medicine as a prayer and praise to the heavens. Now, I just want to point this out. In none of this does it say anything about worshiping. Just want to point that out. As the pipe was loaded with tobacco, every family in nature, the trees, the rocks, the birds, the fishes, every animal, the insects, was asked to enter into the pipe and share its medicine. For each of these critters, right, to share its medicine is prayer and praise to the heavens. Not worship, but prayer and praise. The smoke was considered to be visual prayer and was very sacred and cleansing. All animals are sacred, but in many traditions, white buffalo is the most sacred. The appearance of white buffalo was a sign that prayers are being heard, that the sacred pipe is being honored, and that the promises of prophecy are being fulfilled. White buffalo signals a time of abundance and plenty. Buffalo was the major source of sustenance for the Plains Indians. It gave meat for food, hide for clothing, warm and soft buffalo robes for long winters, and hooves for glue. The medicine of buffalo is prayer, gratitude, and praise for that which has already been received. The medicine of buffalo is prayer, gratitude, and praise and thanks for that which has already been received. Buffalo medicine is also knowing that abundance is present when all relations are honored as sacred, and when gratitude is expressed to every living part of creation. Now, Steve's new to us, but in my prayer every evening, I always say to all of your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations. That means anything that you're related to, whether it be bugs or animals or rocks or trees or water, anything. Okay. Buffalo medicine is knowing that abundance is present when all relations are regarded as sacred. In other words, everything. Everything is sacred because it is of Creator. Because of its desire to give the gifts that its body provided, and because of its willingness to be used on earth for the highest good before entering the hunting grounds of spirit, buffalo did not readily stampede and run from hunters. To use buffalo medicine is to smoke the pipe in a sacred manner and to give the praise for the richness of life to be shared with all races, all creatures, all nations, and all life. It means smoking for others so that their needs are met. In other words, so if you were doing a smoking a peace pipe, and you don't just pray for your abundance, you pray for other folks, okay? So that their needs are met, praying for the good of all things in harmony and accepting the great mystery as part of that harmony. If you have drawn the buffalo card, you may be asked to use your energy in prayer. You may also be asked upon to be an instrument of someone else's answer to a prayer. This could portend a time of recognizing the sacredness of every walk of life. And that's just not people, that's every walk of life, albeit different from your own. To honor another's pathway, even if it brings you sadness, is part of the message of Buffalo. This may be a time of reconnection to the meaning of life and the value of peace. Most assuredly, this time will bring serenity amidst the chaos. If you pray in earnest for enlightenment and the power of calmness and give praise for the gifts you already have. They want me to read that again. This may be a time of reconnection to the meaning of life and the value of peace. They're saying, everybody listen to this part. Most assuredly, this time will bring serenity amidst the chaos. If you pray in earnest for enlightenment and the power of calmness, and give praise for the gifts you already have. Thank you to the universe is all it really requires. Buffalo medicine is a sign that you achieve nothing without the aid of Great Spirit, and that you must be humble enough to ask for that assistance and then be grateful for what you receive. How about that one, Steve, for your first one out? It is a beautiful message, and to have drawn the card for us, for, Steve, that was for Steve. I think I got that right. And so, but to all of us, it always means there's something in it for the rest of us too. So now the second card to this, and we've already read Otter, but it's part of this of Buffalo. So Otter's so playful, coquettes plays by the stream, the medicine of woman, the realized dream. Now Otter is woman medicine and is held by Otter as a set of lessons in female energy. This applies to both men and women, as all of us have female sides. The otter's hide is very often used to make medicine bags for powerful women because it represents balance. It represents balanced female energy. So the character traits are the beauty of a balanced female side, the side of ourselves that creates a space. This is the important part. The side of ourselves that creates a space for others to enter our lives without preconceptions or suspicions. Otter teaches us that balanced female energy is not jealousy or catty. Now, it doesn't mean just female energy, it means any energy. Because jealousy or cattiness between men, women, women, men, women, women, men, men, it doesn't matter. The idea that any of this jealousy or cattiness just needs to go. And let's see. If you've drawn this symbol, Otter may be telling you to become the playful child and to simply allow things to unfold in your life. It may be time to stop your addiction to worrying. So, in looking at how you can learn from Otter's habits, you may look at the joyousness and of the receptive side of your nature. Become Otter and move gently into the river of life and flow with the waters of the universe. This is the balanced female receptive energy, but men too, don't forget that. Honor it. In doing so, you will discover the power of woman and the power of the divine, because it requires both. So, but anyway, in order to reach the divine, it's the male and female together. So, okay, Barry, Regen, you're next. All right, give me a second. What time is it? 2:20. It's 2:21. Time for a quick smoke break, okay? And something to drink. And 3 hours and 1 minute. I said it'd take me about another hour to get through everybody. I'm still good. So yeah, they've been great cards. I agree, Deborah. Not from my point of view, but I mean, but okay, from my point of view, yeah. Wow, just there we have such interesting stories that get told, you know? Now I know that I throw my own 2 cents in here, you know. I can't remember, Steve. What was your first two? Yeah, one was it was tied in. It was just I had already pulled the card, and anyway, it was tied in to just like, you know, hey, this is part of it too. But anyway, I have yeah, I don't pull three on purpose, Steve. They will make me pull one or two or something. Anyway, Steve with Buffalo and Otter. Yeah, that was basically it. Buffalo and Otter. That's it. There really wasn't a third card. All of the other cards seem to apply. And the reason I say this is because as I'm flipping through the cards, there'll be one that'll like, you know, this isn't the card, but um, you'll just have to watch the damn thing over again. I can't remember. I have done enough of this tonight that I could remember a couple of cards back, but now I'm like, it's starting to become a jumble. There were too many. But anyway, you'll just have to go back and skip through to 3 hours into the playback. And Brian is why you're here. Yep, good energy, Brian. There. Yep. Okay, so crap, I forgot. The eagle showed up just as a like eagle means something for you too, Dominic. That's what it means. Regen, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Regen's new, right? You're new here, comparatively speaking. You're part Lakota. That good. So that fits right in there. Hey, ST. Regen. For my brain, Regen's new to the group. And so, which is okay. So was Steve. And Buffalo card got pulled on Steve, and he's part Lakota. So that's just interesting in and of itself, period. So, Regen, close your eyes at least 30 seconds and hold up your spirit hand so my guide can see it in the room. There really isn't a room, you know. It's sort of like in my head, we're like sort of like sitting outside and there's a fire going and y'all are just kind of sitting around, you know, kind of sort of in the dark, but it's not like, you know, so y'all sitting out there in the chat are very similar to if we was sitting around a campfire or something, and the light is behind me. So it's not, you know, you're not sitting in a room in my head, if you will. That's what it feels like in my brain. So Regen, you got your hand up. They say okay, they can see your hand. All right. They want me to shuffle again, which is fine. I know I'm crazy as a loon, ain't I? I have no idea how to do this, you know. This is interesting. I'm tuning in and my left ear starts really ringing. And that's a very clear card right there. They're saying, listen to the Buffalo message of the previous one. Now, but Lynx is number 18. And that whatever was said was under Buffalo about being grateful, you know, and so forth. Anyway, I'm getting tired and I don't want to read back over that. But, and this is for number 18. Regen, this is for you. So Buffalo has something to do with you, and it was upside, it was right side up, but it was that card was for you as well. Actually, that card was for a bunch of us, but anyway, they were saying specifically that card was the Buffalo card was for you as well. But Lynx number 18 is the most important. It's 2:28 a.m. Sorry, I'm going to take a hit. Lynx is secrets. Lynx, you know all the secrets. Oh, so very well. The dream time and the magic, but you'll never tell. May I learn to hold my tongue, observe like the Sphinx, powerful yet silent, the medicine of Lynx. Steve, The Eagle card just showed up to keep you from having to rewatch it. Is about the spirit. So the Buffalo card, the other two cards were the primary ones, but the Eagle card showed up to tell me to keep this in spirit. So, but I did read about Eagle before. It was like the card I pulled for everybody the last couple of times. But anyway, so it's just to say Eagle's behind you with this. You know, you've got the energy. You're certified crazy too? Okay. Yeah. And for those of you who may have seen Spaceballs, when Dark Helmet is standing in there and he's chasing him, and he goes, push it to the limit, go fast, ahead, and they go plaid. That to me is so. Anyway, Lynx's secrets. It is said that if you want to find out a secret, ask the lynx medicine. Unfortunately, it is difficult to get the silent lynx to speak. To be confronted by the powerful medicine of lynx signifies that you do not know something about yourself or others. It signifies that you do not know something about yourself or someone else. Lynx is the keeper of the secrets of lost magical systems and the occult knowledge. Lynx has the ability to move through time and space and to go into the great silence for unraveling any secrets. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. And go into the great silence for unraveling any mystery. Lynx is not the guardian of secrets, but the knower of secrets. Lynx is not the guardian of secrets, but the knower of secrets. The problem lies in getting Lynx to instruct you. He or she would rather be off chasing a bird or kicking sand in your face than running circles around you. Lynx medicine is very specific type of clairvoyance. If this medicine is strong in you, you will get mental pictures concerning other people and the exact same things they have hidden, either from themselves or from others. You will see their fears, their lies, and their self-deceptions. You will also know where they have hidden the treasure, if there is any. You will never speak of these revelations. You simply know. The only way that you can coax information about yourself out of the lynx medicine person is to respect the practices of his or her tradition. If you go to a gypsy with lynx medicine, you must show your respect by paying with money after the reading. If you go to a Choctaw medicine person, she will reach into your midsection or use other traditional methods to help you. A blanket or tobacco should be given in exchange for the medicine he or she has performed on you. This operation is known as the law of the lynx people and is practiced by Native American, Gypsy, Sufi, and Egyptian cultures, among others. If you pull the lynx card, you can be sure that secrets are afloat. If this is your personal medicine, you should listen to your higher self. Be still and pay attention to the revelations you receive, either in the form of mental pictures or through a high singing voice in your inner ear. Now, remember when I said I was picking this card and my ear was ringing? That's just weird. Perhaps you will receive information in the form of omens. You can be sure that Mother Earth is signaling you in some manner. If Lynx is at your door, listen. Brother or sister Lynx can teach you of your personal power and of things you have forgotten about yourself. So it's about rediscovering who you are. Lynx is at your door and listen. It can teach you about your personal power and of things you have forgotten about yourself. Lynx can lead you to lost treasures and connect you to forgotten brotherhoods or sisterhoods. Some medicine people believe that the Sphinx of the ancient Egypt was not lion but a lynx. This lynx does not say much. With an enigmatic smile, the great cat watches over the sands forever. So, lynx, very powerful in that one. Okay. So, thank you, Dominic. Is Maverick in the house? Hey, Maverick. Your right ear just chimed in. Yeah, my left one just, while I was choosing those cards, that was just weird. And then it said about the frequency in the inner ear. So, anyway. So, how are we sitting? Is there anybody else in the room that needs we've got new folks we did readings for tonight. I think that's just great. And if it means something to you, then that's even more better, especially in my world. I do not keep a scorecard of how the cards and what they mean to you. I just can't even go there, David Castle's next. Okay. So none of me is in the cards. Now I'm handling the cards, so that's sort of like the hell, yes you are. So, but in that respect, yeah, but I have to stay out of whatever it is. I can't have any thoughts in my head about anything about what I'm be thinking about. You know what I mean? And so in doing this, it's not really channeling, it's just listening. And I'm not listening to your spirit. My guide is, okay? So my persons and looking out up there are, I'm not trying to channel your energy. I just want to see it. I'm just looking for that, that signal out there. So there are some people say, well, how are you doing? What are you trying to channel? Not necessarily channeling your energy, just see, hear it, Hear your, as some of the cards will say that that human beings are the only animals on this earth that don't have their own song, that don't have their own cry, or, bears roar and turtles squeak, and even rabbits have a noise, but humans, that there is no common sound from humans. We don't have our own song, which is interesting. So in our spiritual development, one of the things that we do is to find what some people would say, you find your own voice. Well, to find your own voice is one thing, but to find your own song, your own frequency, your own harmony with the universe, that's, now that note can be, the throat singing, So David Castle, okay. It's easier to see your hand raised in the crowd, but it's still the same, It's the 30 seconds to the universe. I'm getting this really weird. You don't need no stinking card. Well, you don't need no stinking card. I'm sorry. It's like, what did you do? You don't need no stinking card. But they're laughing while they're saying it. So anyway, I had to pass that along with you. And they want me to shuffle again. Okay. You don't need no stinking card. I'm sorry. That's just funny. Steve, you out of here? I got to go. My tab is on the dead. Take care of whatever. Sending love. Thank you, Steve, for hanging out with us. We love you. Thank you. I can just see Moses coming down from the mountain going, hey, my tablet's almost gone. I'm sorry. Don't ask me where I got that from. Moses coming down from the mountain, hey, my tablet's almost. Okay, David Castle, they're saying that a couple of the cards you were in, for all of us, tonight's cards, there was something for each one of us. But anyway, David Castle, yours is number 34, which is a 7, and is the grouse, and it's heads up. So interesting. I haven't read grouse in a while. It's one of the few ones. So, oh, crap. I hate when I do that. Yeah, good night, Steve. Good to meet you. Yeah, so the grouse is your card there, Dave. As my little granddaughter, she's not mine, but through family, she's like my granddaughter, grandniece or something. Anyway, no relation, but have known them all since have known these folks for 20 some odd years. So, but anyway, but hey, Pearlie, almost broke my leg yesterday. Don't do that. Limpin' Laney has returned. You're remembering the cards now. But anyway, Sacred Spiral Dance of Life. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, right, David Castle. Anybody got a charger? I know there's no power plant. Anybody got a solar charger on them? I'm sorry, that's wow. And I opened it straight to the page. Sacred Spiral. Who said spiral? Is somebody else reading from a book? Grounds of the sacred spiral, leading us on to reach the everlasting heights where we can live as one. Grouse is a sacred spiral. Grouse once flocked in abundance throughout North America, but now, even on the plains where these birds were so plentiful, there is an absence of them. Like I've talked about, there are no grouse or any kind of pheasant down here in the South, and there used to be. There aren't any quail that are just natural anymore. So the movement of the dance, many Plains Indian tribes dance the grouse dance to honor these birds. The movement of the dance follows a spiral, which is the ancient symbol of birth and rebirth, the rib tunnel of eternal return. Eternal return. The sacred spiral is also one of the oldest known symbols for personal power. When you think of grouse medicine, visualize a whirlpool or even a tornado, for the sacred spiral will take you to the center. The spiral is a metaphor for personal vision and enlightenment. Many initiates on Vision Quest paint spirals on their bodies and believe that the great mystery will favor them with visions of power and purpose. With power and purpose because of this symbol. The whirling dervishes of certain Sufi tribes, orders are masters of the spiral dance and can transcend to higher states of awareness through the repetition of this sacred movement. And as I've said before, it's true. Okay. It is said that the dervishes can travel to the center of the spiral and return with any magical power that they choose. Now, I don't know about that part, but I know that you will transcend to higher states. I will grant you that. And you don't need no shrooms nor nothing. Just do the sacred dance. In the dervish state, one enters the great silence and has direct communication with the creator. By spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, the dervish draws or repulses specific energies. Sufi dancing is a system which connects one with the divine source through ritual treatment of motion. Now, that says ritual, but one of the few times I've seen the word ritual. But Sufi dancing is a system which connects one with the divine source through ritual treatment of motion. So as a kid, we were used to twirl around in circles and circles until it made us, dizzy. We were actually kind of, if you have grouse medicine in your cards, undertake a meditation on the various qualities of movement within your world. Begin by visualizing the sun as the member of a huge group of stars swirling in the massive pinwheel shape of the Milky Way. Milky Way. Interesting that that word comes up. Then draw yourself out of this pinwheel of light and into the spiraling of your own DNA in the double helix. An arrangement similar to a rope ladder coil like a corkscrew. Analyze the way you move through your world. How do you picture yourself in the act of locomotion? What kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? Now, that's an interesting statement, not just for you, David, but just for what kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? So if you're always worrying all the time or something, what are the reactions if you're sending out positive energy? So, that's an interesting question that we should ask ourselves. And I know I do. But what kind of reaction do you create with the energy you send into the universe? What words would you use to describe the way you move through both the material and spiritual worlds? In the final analysis, is your movement compatible with the greatest desire and goals? Many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the internal life. They want me to read that again. Many spiritual disciplines ask that you cease all external movement in order to recognize the inner life, like Buddhists sit and meditate, right? Grouse medicine, however, is an invitation to the dance. It is movement. Grouse celebrates the divine source through its sacred spiral dance and offers this dance to you as a gift. You can spend a lifetime learning Grouse's lesson on how to harmonize your dance with Mother Earth's cycles and how to offer the dance as a creation of selfless beauty. In other words, just dance for the pure joy of it. Anywhere. Running bear, love little white dove. Yeah. Who would watch my sit down comedy show if I did bids? Topics everyone will relate to. I don't know, Delaney. It depends on what day or night. So how we doing out there, Ledbetter? Marcel Ledbetter. Now, for those of you who might remember Jerry Clower back in the day, how you know, Marcel. 2-minute joke vids. Are we done? So, David, just one of the things that they're reminding me about the dervish. So, if you have been, I think you said something about spinning, is that if you're going to spin, then make it a dance. So there are times when we're just like, can't sit still. Well, then turn it into a dance, you know? I listen to a playlist and dance for at least an hour when I get up each morning. That's cool. Yeah, a ways back, I did a couple of joke shows way back when. And I've got some jokes that are 20, 30, 40 years old, you know. But yeah, that would be stream ending soon, unless anyone else. It's 3:31. It's 2:51. 3:31. You're welcome, Betty. You know what you got to do now? Okay. And for folks who have got serious, you know, things that you're facing, sometimes you think that there are no options. One of the things that you need to remember is that sometimes there are options you're just not aware of. But if you think you've run out of options, and that's when you need to sit down and go, okay, I'm missing something. And so to the universe, you ask a simple question. If you don't know what the answer is, you go, okay, I've been through this scenario and that one and this one. So my meditation is simple. What did I miss? I feel like I've missed something. So whoever you are out there, and whatever it is, it can be spiritual, mental, whatever it is. If something's bugging you, then simply sit down and meditate very calmly and just calm yourself down and go, okay, and just, what am I missing here? Spirit, whatever it is, give me a sign. What am I missing here? And so, but anyway, with that said, it would be, you know, you don't have to ask the question of why I'm here and all that. You just ask what am I missing, and then keep yourself open. It could be a commercial, and there might be something that somebody sells in a commercial that you go, oh, holy crap! It strikes a thought or something. Anyway, so you ask the universe, what am I missing? And leave it at that. Don't try to read into it. Just, what am I missing? And then just allow yourself, which is the hard part, because everything you look at, you want to try to interpret. And the thing is that when you learn to trust your intuitions, and that just comes with practice. So like me doing card readings, I had not a clue, but it seems that it fits y'all. So, you know, thumbs up to that. The idea, though, that the answer will come to us, and it could just come in a fleeting moment. And you go, wait, that's what I've missed, whatever it is that triggers. So, but one of the hard things to do is to not Yeah, your intuition. Yeah. And that is following your heart, but sometimes your heart has to stay out of it. And because if you put too much of your heart into it, then the solution then becomes emotional. And it's important that we keep our heart, but what we have to keep more is our intuition and the heart and the thing. And that's the conscientious observer. That's the person who's aware of what's going on and has compassion and is conscious of other people and so forth. But that um, sometimes we have to keep our heart out of it. I mean, compassion always, but if it goes beyond that, then those emotions will screw with our brains every time. I understand, Betty, my empathy has attracted some really weird people over the years, and they try to feed off me. And it's like, if I'm willing to share, that's one thing. But when people are trying to get it from me, when it, oh, and people spread lies and told stories, and I'd go back around and go, I never said that. I never did that. And why would anybody make up a freaking story like that when that's, 30 years ago, maybe? But no, recently, no, of course not. But anyway. Deborah says, I was thinking yesterday about someone who thinks things are horrible. I thought, even rock bottom can get worse. Limitlessness work both ways. Choose joy and be grateful. Yeah, Deborah, I seriously, when I quote hit rock bottom, I found myself physically seeing myself in a 6-foot deep hole, looking up from the grave and seeing this rectangular shaped hole where the sky was, and thinking to myself, if this is rock bottom, then all I need is somebody up yonder to throw some dirt over me. And I was like, but wait a minute. If I'm laying in the hole and I can still see the sky, then what the hell am I doing laying in this hole? I could lay here until somebody comes and throws dirt on me, or I can get my ass up and if the hole's too deep, I'm gonna holler out for the maintenance guy, to come by and help me out of this, grave. It might freak him out, but it's the daytime, so shouldn't scare anybody too bad. Help! I've fallen and I can't get out. But I know that for myself and the many years that I spent in deep depression, I mean deep depression, and look at some of my earlier videos, and you can tell I was, not wired too well. But I'm not on any of those medications, and the medications made the situations worse. And my biggest thing was I had to understand there were spiritual things that were going on with me that nobody else could figure out, and there was no one for me to talk to about them. And so one of the reasons why I started doing these videos was to at least put, this is what's happened to me. And if y'all want to talk about it, you can. Okay. It's free. We can talk about this stuff here. It's okay. And it isn't about whether or not we believe you, but it is about that we trust you, and we come in here and I hope everyone is truthful and honest about, you don't share if you don't want to. It's okay. For those folks who stay in the background, you're absolutely stay back there. It's fine. We love you anyway. Your participation is in that you are here. Everyone, keep Chloe and Cajun Queen in your thoughts. They need some positivity sent in their direction. Elderberry's sister as well. Okay. I don't know what's going on, but I don't really need to. If there's a sadness in the force, then we just send out. Oh, absolutely, Elderberry. I'll pull a card for Chloe. yeah, you know, it's only been not quite close to 4 hours, so I'm I'm good, you know. Oh, she bailed, like Cooey when you lost in the Aussie bush. Hey, you go, Cooey! Losing my mama opened up my eyes. Yes, depressed for years, attempted suicide, and should be dead. Have similar issues there, Betty. Uh, Now, here's the thing, and she's coming back to review for her card. Um, is she in the house, or this is just pull a card thinking of Chloe? Chloe's not here for her to raise her hand. I'm just asking. Did I pull a card for Chloe? God, somebody's going to have to go back and look. Okay, Barry, I got you. All right. Um, okay, so here's something y'all can do. So, regardless of the situation with Chloe, because I don't know, and I'm not asking, but since Chloe's not here, you all think of Chloe, and I'll pick up on that for the cards. Cards, okay? So, you all are going to help me pick the card for Chloe. Does that make sense? This is a group. Um, Thank you, Teresa. And the more we understand how sacred it is for us and you and everything, the sacredness of the sharing. And I know y'all can, consider it highly, but I mean, the more we share and the more we understand and the more it becomes sacred, and there's no blessings or wallabaloo or any kind of worship or sacrifice in here. It's just the understanding and the realization of it, the source. So, all right, so y'all, this one's for Chloe. So you don't necessarily have to raise your collective hands, but I hear somebody saying a card for healing. For calming and understanding. I can hear a lot of voices in my head at this particular time, y'all. That was interesting. I have shuffled these cards several times, and an upside down lynx appeared. Now get this one. Get this. Now I know I pulled a lot of cards tonight. I pulled a lot of cards. But in feeling through these cards, all right, as I have shuffled them a couple of times, sitting here with my eyes closed, I did this the other night. There's the Buffalo card came back up. The otter card has come back up. The snake card has come back up. The turtle card has come back up, and the lizard card has come back up. Now, I have shuffled these cards, and they should not be all together. Okay, I'm just here to tell you there's 44 cards. Those cards should not be in a row. And these are all cards I've already pulled tonight. So every single card that was pulled tonight is for Chloe. Does that make sense? However, there is the number 14 card, which is dog, is here. And then owl is the messenger, is the final card. So Chloe, if you get this, all these cards are for you tonight. Every single one of them. The buffalo, the otter, the snake, the turtle, and the lizard. Okay. So here you go. 344 timestamp. There you go. 345. And the owl, I'm gonna read a bit about the owl because owl is more of the messenger. 21, but the main one here is 14, which we know the dog is all about loyalty kind of thing. 21, the owl. Owl is about deception, okay, and it's straight up. Owl, magic, omens, time and space. I need my other glasses. Does the truth emerge? Casting out deception, silent flight, sacred medicine bird. Owl medicine is symbolically associated with clairvoyance. Now, this has to do with the dog. Astral projection and magic, both black and white. Owl is called the night eagle. Okay, so we've had eagle was pulled, the first card I pulled for everybody. And now here's owl coming up towards the end of this. It's about deception, but it's the night eagle. Just there you go. Traditionally, owl sits in the east, the place of illumination. Since time immemorial, humanity has been afraid of the night, the dark, and the unseen, waiting fearfully for the first crack of morning light. Conversely, night is owl's friend. Owl hunts its prey at night. Not only can it see in the dark, it can also accurately pinpoint and identify any sound. This gives it a great advantage when seeking food, and seeking fools as well, by the way. Owls are some native people, quite a few, are fearful of owl and call its feather deceiver feathers. An owl feather is silent. You cannot hear owl when it flies, but its prey definitely knows when it strikes. If you have any owl medicine, these night birds will have a tendency to collect around you. And any wonder that many cultures, owl is a symbol for wisdom. So that's wisdom with the dog, loyalty, I think. This is because owl can see that which others cannot, which is the essence of true wisdom. So in this owl looking for deception, it's to see which is the essence of true wisdom. Where others are deceived, owl sees and knows what is there. So it's not that owls are there to be deceptive. They're there to see the deception. So if owl is in your personal medicine, no one can deceive you about what you are doing, no matter how they try to disguise or hide it from you. If you have pulled the owl card, you're being asked to use your powers of keen, silent observation to intuit some type of life situation. Owl is befriending you and aiding you in seeing the total truth. Owl can bring you messages in the night through dreams or meditation. Pay attention to the signals and omens. The truth always brings further enlightenment. Now, That was that's the backup. They wanted me to read that one first. That's not the major card. The major card is 14, the dog. Yep, I was right. It's about loyalty. Third eye open for Chloe. If that's not necessarily true about the third eye. It's that both eyes are now open, not one or the other. But anyway, dogs is loyalty. You are so noble until the bitter end. Your medicine is the teaching of true and loyal friends. Now, I've read dog before, and all the Southwest and Plains Indian tribes had dogs. These noble animals would be would often give warning signals of approaching danger. They helped with the hunt and were a great source of warmth on long winter nights. Since the canine tribe has many breeds, early Indian dogs were usually half wild. This wildness, however, never divested the owners of their dog's innate loyalty. Dog has been considered the servant of humanity throughout history. If a person carries dog medicine, he or she is usually serving others or humanity in some way. Here you will find the charity worker, philanthropist, and so forth. Dog was the servant soldier that guarded the tribe's lodges from surprise attack. Dog is a medicine that embodies loving gentleness of best friend and the half-wild protector energy of territorial imperative. Like Anubis, the jackal dog protector of Egypt, dog is the guardian. Throughout history, dog has been the guardian of hell as well as of ancient secrets, hidden treasures, and of babies. While mothers were cooking or in the fields, dog honors its gift and is loyal to the trust placed in its care. If dog has been yelled at or paddled, it still returns love to the person who was the source of its bad treatment. Canines are generally service-oriented animals and are devoted to their owners with a sense of loyalty that supersedes how they're treated. Dog medicine asks you to look at how readily your sense of loyalty is countermanded by your need for approval. If you've pulled the dog card, there are several questions you need to consider depending on the situation about which you are asking. Number one, have I recently forgotten that I owe my allegiance to my own personal truth in life? They want me to read that again. Have I recently forgotten that I owe my allegiance to my personal truth in life? Number two, is it possible that gossip or opinions of others have jaded my loyalty to a certain friend or a group, or even possibly to yourself? Number three, have I denied or ignored someone who is trying to be my loyal friend? Number four, have I been loyal and true to my personal goals, whatever they may be? So anyway, so dog, there's something about the loyalty that it also is tied in with all these other cards tonight. But in that the message they're giving me now about deception and loyalty is, and the reason they had me read the owl first is that there are sometimes deceptions with people who claim loyalty. That's the deception. Well, I've been loyal to you for, and there's deception in that. So, Chloe, for me, there's sending this message saying there may be a loyalty issue and that there's deception with that. Those two cards are like okie doke. So, but anyway, and don't know who it is, man, woman, doesn't know, but that with your keen sense, be aware of it. And it's not that you should go around mistrusting everyone, but tune in your owl ears to the sound of deception. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I hear deception coming again. You know those that I hear the words of yeah, Simon and Garfunkel. How the silence grows, Rufus. Anyway, I got the dadgum song stuck in my head now. So there is that. Ooh, something glowing back there in the back. Something shiny. But anyway, yeah. You forgot your card. Dog is God spelled backwards for a reason. Yep. You was thinking Simon and Garfunkel. See, there's too many times when we've had similar synchronicities that, I don't know what it means, Chloe, but they're kind of hollering at me that beware of deception from what would seem to be loyalty. And I ain't got a clue what that means. I really don't. But that's a really strong message from the cards. But anyway. And I hope it ain't true, So, but anyway, so we got 4 minutes to 3:20, which is almost 4:20. So I'm going to hang out with you that much longer. It'll be over 4 hours. And Michelle, that ought to put you on, we did 4 hours. And Barry, thank you. Thank you all for hanging out with me. I mean, and it's been it's always interesting when I do the cards. It is. And there are times when, tomorrow the different cards will come up and I'll go, yeah, that's an important, yeah, one or a sentence from, like the deer always comes up. And to leave you with this message at the end about the deer is that little fawn, melted the demon that was blocking the path to the top of Sacred Mountain where deer could speak to Great Spirit. And because of deer's bravery and loving kindness to the demon shrank away. And the path is clear for all of us to walk the path of Sacred Mountain without, the demon to be able to talk to Great Spirit. So keep that in your heart, and if, so the path to the Creator, if you are like deer and have no fear, then there are no demons, even though they may exist, the path is clear. Well, you can talk about Jesus, you can talk about this, you can talk about Buddha, but if you just understand it simply in that, the story about deer, now, isn't that something, So, but anyway. Right, Teresa. Don't let your empathy make you vulnerable. Yep. That's what I was talking about earlier about, we have to be compassionate, but when decisions and things are made, we can't allow we have to leave our heart out of it. We always stay compassionate, but if we let that, which is too much empathy sometimes, So, but anyway, Chloe, if you're listening to this, whatever that might mean, it doesn't mean that you should go around being paranoid, but um, the message you're trying to tell me is somebody's going to try to deceive you. Yeah, you have to draw the line sometimes. Yep. But not only that, if you always have compassion in your heart, but don't let the love emotion and come pouring out and kind of get in the way. So it's not that you don't love them or anything. You have become like the fox, and you know you're in camouflage. So you watch everything that's going on, and when you need to, you step in, or from the compassionate observer. I've been talking about the compassionate observer for years now here, and the compassionate observer steps in when it's necessary. And the hard lesson of life is sometimes when the heart wants to take over the whole situation, that's when we get ourselves into trouble. It's 5:20 here, it's 3:20 here. Just finished mowing. Hey Julie, how you doing? I'm unloading the full amount, so I'm just listening. Okay, guys, it's good y'all are here. 20 here is here, so 3:20 here somewhere. We love you all, we do. You smoke for some for Julie. I will too, Yeah, there's so many different lessons and so many different layers of this. And for every person, they're going to see these things, and how they relate to their life, personally. And that's fine. And, but the biggest thing is that the things that I understood 10 years ago, I understand those same things, but it's later on. I mean, it's 10 years later, and I'm looking back. And so every day, every instant, every year, every month, every however you want to look at it, every decade, in my case, and some things, many things actually, um, you know, one of the things that helped me back spiritually for a long time and kept me on medication and drugs is the fact that I still have memories of these things that were very emotional, but I had to learn how to take the emotion out of my memories. And so I can think about what the priest did without getting all emotional and teary eyed. Now, if I focus on it, those emotions will come out, but I can talk about the subject without wanting to kill somebody, or whatever the situation is, or kill myself, which is, um, so we can have the thought and pick one of the nastiest thoughts that make you cry or horrible, and say, listen, I'm going to remember this. And I know that I was sad, and I know I've carried, emotions with this for years, but I'm going to pull my emotions out of that, because I want to be able to remember it without always breaking down and crying or getting drunk or whatever it might be that the situation was. So I'm going to remember it without emotion. That doesn't mean I don't care. Doesn't mean that I can't go, but I'm going to remember whatever it is, good, bad, or whatever, Now, personally, remember the good times and laughter, but, those things that really make us sad. So, how do we defeat it? We can't get rid of the thought. That's not what we want to do, but we want to learn to be able to pull our emotions out of those memories, especially the ones that make us boo-hoo all the time. So, and I think about my granny sometimes, and a little tear wants to well up, and I go, yeah, but granny taught me. As soon as the sadness kicks in or wants to kick in, I go, yeah, but she was a really great lady. And yeah, I immediately have trained myself over the years. I know that I miss her, and it's been 50 years, or it hadn't been 50 years, but 30 years since Granny passed away. But I've had other people who passed away recently. Brian, almost a year ago now. And although we never personally met, we were good friends and, and spiritual buddies for sure. So, but I can't think about Brian in with any kind of sadness. I think about the joy. Another day in the Milky Way, and here we are, another day in the Milky Way. Be the frequency you wish to receive, and laughing and talking about, making white lightning and stuff like that. So, but the idea though that you want to remember someone, but how do you want to remember them? With sadness? Well, no, but it makes me sad when I take it. Okay, so pull that sadness out, and first you become just neutral. It doesn't mean you don't care anymore. You're trying to get rid of that ain't it. The reminder of a person, when it begins to make you sad, it should trigger the laughter. Yeah, I know he's gone, but man, remember that time when, or remember that video we did, or remember that how he made me smile, or remember how he put whatever it is. So when that tear starts, you already know that there's a loss into this and to that, but that's not what you want to remember. What you want to remember is that and I'm using Brian, he's kind of like snickering and going, yeah, you tell him, Dave. But to remember those things that made you laugh. His goofy laugh, exactly. So yeah, remembering with fondness and not sadness. But the idea though and I'm just using Brian as the example because it's somebody that we knew together and that kind of thing, and there's sadness related into it. But it's our choice of whether now I'm here to tell you there are times when that tear comes to my eye and I let it linger for a little bit. But then as the tears hangs out and I'm feeling that little bit of sadness because I never got a chance to go kayaking with him. I never got a chance to sit down and do a fire and do a smoke and but it's okay because I had the chance to be with him and to meet him and, to have known him for, about this. He was, one of the first, 25 people, I think, or less than that when I first started my channel. So there is the honor and respect in that. So sadness is not what comes to mind. The sadness in that I didn't get a chance to go kayaking with him. Yeah, but anyway, can't understand the Kiwi accent. Yeah, I can't use it either. But since I've lost a few teeth, most of them, I don't know where they went either. I pulled a couple of myself. Um, but anyway, with all the things that come around, it is my humble hope that folks will understand how to use. See, one of the things in life is that, people talk about that they're going to receive this power. Well, what power is that you're seeking? Well, is it, to make people fall in love? What power are you seeking? And so in a couple of the cards tonight, it's the power to understand. It's the power to see things clearly. So, well, what do you mean by that? The power? Well, yeah, if you have the power of owl to be able to detect deception and to keep people from, hurting or doing. Yes, Teresa, I know that, but I mean, physically, it would have been really cool to have been able to do it. I know. I've been through that, you know. But anyway, but to the point, the thing that the tear that I get, my point was, it wasn't about missing them or whatever, you know. It was that it really would have been cool had we really done it, and you know, that's all. So, but yes, Teresa, that's I understand. I've been there, done that, you know. Like, how many times can we go down this river? You know, where is the nearest river to both of us? And I was like, I would have loved to went down the Oconee with him, but anyway, or the Nantahala would have been fun. Now, if I had better vehicle and a better brain, maybe not quite so old, I'd be driving around the United States. And you know, if you lived over here and there's a lake nearby or a river or something, you know, I'd bring my camping stuff, whether you went camping or not. And I'd say, okay, come on, go get. You're going to get in a boat with me, not in my boat. Well, maybe, but you know, we're going to go get on the water somewhere. You know, if I ain't dead yet. But my big dream would be to, you know, I got my trailer, I got my truck, needs work, you know, and if I had the, you know, what would I do? Me and Duggar would drive around and go visit people um, and you know, and meet, have a campfire, maybe make s'mores, you know, um, and just have a chat, and you know, you talk whatever once, you know, or I know there are folks who are like, man, I'd love to sit around and just have a chat with you, Dave. Well, what would you chat about? You know, what would you ask me if we were sitting around a campfire? What would you ask me about? You know, I've talked about all kinds of shit. But if you and I was sitting around a campfire, what would you ask me about? Just, you know, off the top of your head, you know. So but anyway, yeah, the fossil dig, yeah. And the thing is that my niece, who I'm going to get, you know, about a month, is supposed to go to Ohio and visit a brother I have never met, half brother, and my sister's going to meet a sister she's never met and the half brother. So it's going to be an interesting thing. But her daughter Mary lives up in the Tennessee area up there where Brian is from. And I was like, now that's just coinky dinkly, you know, like really close, you know, very much in the neighborhood, you know. And can't say I would drive by the house, but, you know, within 40 miles ish kind of thing. Um, yep, I know. Yep, I had visions of, you know, that kind of thing and all of us getting together. So, but I understand it. So, and here's the thing that in my mind, in our minds, in our spiritualness, and in our connectiveness, you know, that's sort of my point about we have learned to share these experiences, whether they actually did them in the 3D realm or not. But we have shared these experiences with each other. You know, if you all knew how many times you've been on the river with me, I mean, just, you know, your clothes would be wet, you know. If you knew how many times when I was down on the river or, you know, out picking blueberries that y'all would be like, well, you know, I don't get a handful of blueberries. Where's my mulberries at, Dave? You know, but anyway. So, but the idea of sharing the experience, and I don't know if y'all get pictures from me or not, or like, what, you know, is that, I don't know. I've never really asked that. But so I have pondered, you know, the mystery of life. And what is the mystery of life? The mystery is what's coming next. You know, I can sit here and look at this here camera, and then all of a sudden I get this, you know, desire to just go wee and look at the screen and jump up and down and be crazy for a minute. No, none of y'all was expecting that. And I only had about 10 seconds before I decided to do it. But to the universe, it's that simple. Well, I can't change anything in my life. How the hell you can't? Go ween if you have no other reason to than just to break the monotony of, of whatever it is that you're going through. So, but in the lesson of Brian, in the lesson for all of us, it's the continuing lesson that we're continuing our spiritual journey. We are becoming more open to each other, where there are thoughts and things and synchronicities between us. The spontaneity, absolutely, is, it's becoming, to many of you, I think it's becoming more prevalent. And that were some of these things that I've just taken for granted for a while. Yes, it pulls at times, but I've noticed that if I put it in ponytails and put it at a certain place, and my hair is getting really thin because it's been growing it so long and hair comes out. That's why there's this hair on top of my head that does this wild stuff, But yeah, it does. And you know what I do, Teresa? I tuck it inside my shirt at night. So it doesn't pull on me. But anyway, yeah, actually. So if you stop your personality from coming out, it will stay within. Yeah. Yeah, I always thought standing in the corner was stupid, and I've stood in quite a few corners, let me tell you. Sounds pent up to me. But the idea, though, but there are some people, like, I'm just so crazy like that because I used to do spontaneous things at puppet shows and stories and stuff, And and I would do something silly or whatever just to wake up, make sure everybody was paying attention. And the kids loved it. And so did some adults. But, we have to remember that there is a child inside each one of us still. And let us not get so growed up that we don't allow that child to come out. And I mean, I was thinking, go ride a tricycle for gosh sakes, but they're too small and I can't get down there. But, they make bigger trikes. Anyway, but to the point though, let's go make mud pies. Let's just go, like I was outside with the little great grand youngin today, not mine, but, my adopted, out there, doing mulberries. And I would pick them, and great big mulberries too. And she would hold out her tiny little hands and she was squishing them, right? And her hands were just absolutely blue within a couple of minutes, right? It shows she was wiping her face. And so, she was this little mulberry girl out there and, picking them, eating them, feeding them to Duggar. Well, I just fed Duggar and now he's full. It was just so precious to see her. And then she said, but I'm not going to turn 4. I'm going to stay. I'm 3 years old. I'm going to stay 3 years old. She left with that. Make sure but covered in mulberries and blue, all over and having a good time of her life. And I was like, how can you be sad when when you share in that? Because I had blue on me and my fingers for a couple of days. I've had washed my hands several times and a lot of it has come off, but I still got blue under my fingernails, kind of thing. So, but it was a precious moment that I don't get many of. But I know, that my grandson's out there somewhere. I know I have a great granddaughter somewhere up in the Northeast. Have not seen her. I've had pictures, but will I ever get to meet her? I don't know. In the live stream the other night, my grandson showed up, my true grandson up in Ohio. And so it's like, now there you go. So anything's possible. At some point, my grandson around here might pop up in a live stream and go, you're my grandpa, aren't you? And I go, yeah, hi, how are you? Hello, Xander, how you doing? If you ever watch this. But the idea, though, that whatever the circumstance and why they don't call or write or whatever, I've had to be that compassionate observer, and it freaking hard when your heart wants to go out to your grandchildren, your great grandchildren, and you have to. It's not that you can't, but you do anyway, quietly and silently from the sidelines. Because of whatever the reasons, you're not included in their life, right? Regardless of that inclusion or not, you stand as the compassionate observer and still send out a prayer. We don't be holding or begrudging or anyway. And the potato sack races. I don't know about the sack races. You can hurt yourself with one of them. But how about, I've been wanting some folks to come, and we used to do this all the time. We'd have cookouts around here, and folks would come out on the weekends, and we would play horseshoes, the big metal horseshoes. And I would love to have somebody come out and let's play a couple of games of horseshoes. I'm just saying, I got stakes around here somewhere, and I've got the horseshoes, but might need to paint two of them blue and two of them. But anyway, well, I'm still down here, and for whatever my place is, yeah, don't forget the treats for Duggar. He eats the hot dogs, and anyway, but so and now I have it's 4 hours and 21 minutes. Oh, that's a 420 we just missed. Play hidens and double the smoke. Yep. I'll smoke you some real, some steaks or sausages or whatever you want with some pecan wood. And if you've never had a steak done that way, hide the doobie smoke. As long as we're not too loud, we can pretty much make all the noise we want to down here. A lot. Everybody comes in, and then I shut the gate. And it's louder up on the road than it is down here. But anyway, it'd be really nice. I'm cleaning out a couple of areas where to have a really big bonfire, and thinking about the adults are surrounded by all the world where children are watching cartoons, which are full of high vibration happy songs. I wonder happy. Bambrick, I watch cartoons a lot. And some of these cartoons I'm like, wow, it's just interesting that what just happened? Anyway. But anyway. Yep. So y'all have a good morning. It's 3:42 and it's been 4.5 hours almost. So it's always interesting when we hang out. I can't figure out how my roomie and his girlfriend haven't tied themselves in knots in their sleep. They both have real long hair. You got a set of horseshoes? Yep. And frisbee. Now, I'm an old frisbee guy. I mean, we used to play, throw the frisbee like it was football kind of thing. So, but yeah, I've got a couple of frisbees, and Duggar goes, oh, okay, he's just not into frisbees. But a ball, yeah. And, anyway, And let's get some lawn darts, the really good ones with the big heavy steel things, and that we might get impaled if we got too close to the ring or whatever. Uh, but anyway, extra dogs for Duggar. Yeah, there you go. You have to drop one on the ground every once in a while, when they're around like that. But anyway, so Barry, Teresa, Michelle, everybody, Amanda, it is always gracious. Thank you. So have a great week. Betty, you're welcome. I hope everything goes well for you, whatever that may be. Jarts, there you go. That's the ones. And, and we never thought twice about it. And there's been, we used to use great big, you know, uh, steel knives to play stretch with back when we was kids, to how close, you'd throw it out there and you'd have to move your foot out to the knife. Anyway, there's been some injuries there, but much love, everybody. Rufus is okay. Um, yeah, thank you, Betty. It's great to have you and all the new friends that showed up. Steve earlier on, and everybody, and for Chloe, if you got ever to this point, we love you all and hope that whatever message was meant for you got to you, and for everybody else. Seven to you, Deborah. So it is my intention to end the prayer always with these. I haven't had any complaints, but I feel sometimes people like, there he goes again with that stupid prayer that he does. But in the law of three and all this other kind of stuff, to me, there's a magic in it. And I don't mean some kind of sorcery magic kind of something. I mean by the repetition of it in threes that I really want it to be. So I really wish this. And that by repeating it three times, I just believe it's going to work, So, and having nothing to do with spells or anything like that. It's just because I never say it the same way twice or three times. They're similar, but it's my repetition of the prayer three times that I think, quote, that's the magic in it, the power of it. So, but anyway, I always continue to pray each and every day. I do, I swear, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Each and every day when I put my feet on the ground and walk outside to take a pee with Duggar, I continue to pray that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdoms, and the many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three that just gives me, sets me free, I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, all your friends and anyone you may encounter, will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe, and that you continue to share that with everyone also. So thank you, Teresa, David Castle. Looking forward to being in the now again soon. Love to you, brother. Amanda, Esty, always, Maverick, Chloe. Right. And so, and anybody else that might still be in the David, and anybody else that might still be in here, good morning, everybody, or good night, wherever you may be. So stay safe. We always say from down here in South Georgia, TTFN, ta-ta for now, and keep it between the ditches. And for those of you, cheers, everybody. We love you. We love you. We love you. You keep up the good work, okay? Because it ain't up to me, it's up to you. So until next time, keep it between the ditches. We love you. Deborah, David, Esty, Teresa, Michelle, Barry, who's out of here, I think. Until next time, keep it between the ditches. Bye, Al.